go.
So good morning, everyone, and welcome to day three of the championship.
Getting underway at 9:20, we'll be first race of the day, the men's intermediate double sculls. Two heats with five crews in each heat, three crews to qualify for the final. In our first race, the doubles are just coming up towards the start now. Our first race will have Sligo in lane 2, Lag in lane 3, Three Castles in lane 4, UL in lane 5 and Queens in lane 6. That's our first race of the day. Heat A of men's intermediate double sculls. So crews are just getting ready here at the start for the first heat in the men's intermediate doubles golf. A 5-hole race between Sligo, Lagan and Three Castles, UL and Queens with 3 crews to qualify. This race just getting onto the staples now. They've got 4-minute warning from the start of perfect conditions here, no wind whatsoever. Class calm, which will suit the scullers compared to the last few days racing with the strong tailwind that we had yesterday. And again, this is the first race of the day, the men's intermediate doubles goals. 3 of the 5 crews to advance on to the final. That will be followed by Heat B, the men's intermediate doubles between Shandon, Waterford, St Joseph's, UCC and Lee. And after that we will have the heats of the women's intermediate Cox Wars, 2 heats with 6 boats in each heat and 3 crews to qualify from each for a 6-boat final. So the next 4 races, men's intermediate doubles and women's intermediate Cox Wars.
It is David Sherman and Balcony just letting you know I'm there.
Perfect. You might let me know if you could hear the announcement or the commentary I gave there. I'm going to test the mic just before I go out. Over.
No, heard all that up there clear.
Perfect. So I'll pick it up here when the first race there is about to get underway, so I'll just launch into it if that's alright. Come down to about 500 and do a hand over to you, and we can check in with each other after that then. Over.
That's grand. Just a minute. Right.
Hi Chris, are you okay? Are you?
I'm thinking. Okay.
Okay. Okay, and are you coming back here? Do you want me to do anything here? Oh, okay.
So up here at the start, our first race of the day, the men's intermediate double sculls is underway just off the start here now in Heat A. Just a reminder, this is a 5-boat race between Sligo in lane 2, Lagan in lane 3, Three Castles in lane 4, UL in lane 5 and Queens in lane 6. All the doubles off to a clean start, and they are just about 100 metres gone, and we're going to pick them up shortly and I'll be able to give you an update. Again, 3 crews to qualify out of the 5, and the second heat, the double sculls already making their way up to the start for Heat B. So again, lane 2 Sligo, lane 3 Lagan, lane 4 Three Castles, lane 5 UL and lane 6 Queens. And it's the crews on the enclosure side, UL and Queens, as well as Lagan and Sligo with Three Castles slightly behind there as they go through, just coming up at about 400 metres. And it is crew from UL. UL have about half a length lead over Queens, ahead of Lagan and Sligo, but just about a length separating those 4 crews, and a little bit further back, the crew from Three Castles in lane 4, just coming up on 500 metres, and it's still UL. They're into their stride now after their start, and just the strokeman and UL knocking over to check the crews beside him. The Lagan and Sligo crews pushing back now on UL, so there's very little, still about a length and a half separating the first 4 crews. UL leading, Sligo now moving into second place. Nice push from the Sligo crew on the far side from the enclosure. And they've now moved out another push as they go through 500. And it's the Sligo crew who are putting a little bit of pressure on the UL double, and staying very much in touch are Queens and Lagan. Still just about a length and a half separating first to fourth, and the crew from Three Castles a little bit further back in fifth place. UL now reacting to the pushes from the other doubles. They are keeping control of the race here. Nice long strides from the UL crew, and nearest to us in the commentary on Sligo, rating a little bit higher, but keeping in touch with UL, not letting them get away. And also the crew from Queens in lane 6 nearest the enclosure, still in touch. A little bit further back now from the crew from Lagan. They are in fourth place at the moment, and the crew from Three Castles back in fifth. So again, three crews to qualify here. Perfect conditions, sun shining, not a ripple on the water as they come up towards the halfway mark. And it's still UL, but they haven't taken after the challenge of Sligo and Queens. So Sligo in second place, Queens currently in third, and the crew from Lagan and Three Castles in fourth and fifth. So rating slightly higher, the crew in lane 2, the crew from Sligo. The UL crew look a lot more relaxed and controlled in the middle of the course, just going through 1,000 metres. And again, just checking in, it is UL from Sligo and the crew from Queens. They're the 1, 2 and 3, but Lagan are just about a canvas down on the crew from Queens, so they can very much challenge for their third qualifying spot as they glance over and see the 1,000 metre mark. The crew from Queens are now putting on a push. They're looking to shake off the crew from Lagan to get a third qualifying spot, and they are now pulling up. They're only about half a length off of the crew from the UL. And it's still UL and Sligo back there, though, with the UL crew centre of the course in lane number 5, leading at the moment just about half a canvas ahead of Sligo. They're the 1 and 2. Queens in 3. Look like now they have shaken off Lagan, but let's see if Lagan can come up with anything in the second half of the race to get that third qualifying spot. So this is the men's intermediate doubles. Should be just coming into view for you guys now towards the finish. And again, 3 of these 5 crews to qualify for the final. So it is UL leading. Queens pushing up on them now, but Sligo still maintaining second. So it's UL, Sligo, Queens. They're the 1, 2 and 3. And unless the Lagan crew can put a big push on here, they're in danger of losing touch. So just as they come up to the 500 metre mark, just a recap in the men's intermediate double heat A as I get ready to hand over to the finish. It is UL leading in lane 5 from Sligo in lane 2 and Queens in lane 6. They're the 1, 2 and 3 as we hand over to the finish.
And just to recap, to let you know where the crews are, on the far side is Sligo, just inside them in lane 3 is Lagan, in the centre and somewhere back there is Three Castles. Then out in front, second crowd from the enclosure is UL, and on the near side Queens. So it looks like UL from Sligo on the far side and Queens on the near side here. So still coming up into the last 250 metres. Still UL, 3 crews to qualify, 2 crews to drop out. So the battle is on for the third qualifying position. So again, from the far side you have Sligo, Lagan making a big push here coming in towards the finish. Queens making a huge push there to catch UL and Sligo on the hard line. This is going to be a great race for the third position of the big bird. All 4 crews here have a chance of qualifying coming into the finish. So it's still UL very slightly ahead of Sligo on the far side. Queens making a big drive here at the near side. And it looks like these 3 crews, UL, Sligo and Queens, are the 3 crews that are going to qualify coming in towards the last couple of strokes.
Over to you again there, Brad. Jim? He will have to know.
He's updating for the party last
All right,
night.
okay. Is the matter what? Tell us. Half 10 you leave, is it?
Richie, am I okay to go ahead, or? Richie, Eddie, am I okay to go ahead with the commentary here, or?
Heat B of the men's intermediate double sculls is approaching the halfway mark now. Here we have again a 5-boat race between Shandon, Waterford, St. Joseph's, UCC and Lee. 3 crews to qualify. Leading by some considerable resistance, it is the crews from Shandon and Lee. They're the 1 and 2. These 2 doubles from Shandon and Lee are well ahead. Shandon leading by about 3 lengths here nearest to us in lane 2, ahead of the crew nearest the enclosure in lane 6, Lee. They're the 1 and 2, followed then by the crew from Waterford, currently in 3rd place. So they look like they might qualify ahead of UCC, and no sign of St. Joseph's. And just looking down, I can hear the Shandon doubles talking to each other. They're in control of this race, well ahead, and nice and relaxed rowing for the guys. This will be a nice warm-up for them. And on the far side, keeping in touch is the crew from Lee. They're the 1 and 2. Clearwater then back to 3rd place. The crew from Waterford. They're the 1, 2 and 3. UCC some way back in lane 5 then in 4th place. And as I said, no sign of St. Joseph's in the 2nd heat of the men's intermediate double. So just coming up to the 500 metre mark, given that there's such clear distance between the crews, we're going to get ready to hand over to you at the finish. So Heat B, just to recap, coming up to the 500, it is our leaders in lane 2, Shandon, and then in 2nd place, nearest enclosure, it is Lee, and then the 3rd crew, Waterford. They're the 1, 2 and 3 in Heat B of the men's intermediate pair. As I hand over to the finish.
So, unlike the previous race, this looks to be done and dusted, well out. You have Shandon on the far side, just inside them is Waterford, then St. Joseph's, UCC and Lee on the near side. And I think most people can see from the enclosure, Shandon on the far side and Lee on the near side are well in control of this race, with Waterford, 2nd crew out from the far side, in 3rd position at the moment, and Luke Satham up in 3rd position. But well in control, well out, and rowing nice and leisurely coming up on a Sunday morning up the lake. Lee and Shandon on the far side, Lee on the near side, Shandon on the far side, and Waterford on the 2nd lane in from the far side. They look to be the 3 crews. But on the near side here, there is a bit of a challenge going on, coming up there for the 3rd position, but I'm not too sure anybody's going to be caught in the last 150 metres. Still Shandon on the far side, from Lee, from Waterford. So we look to be missing a crew here, really. We only have 4 crews in this, but
Richie to Eddie, over.
Yes, Eddie here.
Can you, when you're handed over to me, can you put the walkie-talkie on so I do a kind of handover so I know when I'm good to go over here? Over.
Okay, will do.
up here at the start in the women's intermediate Cox Fours Heat A. We've gone through the 500 metre mark. This is the sixth boat race. 3 crews to qualify. In lane 1, Skibbereen, lane 2, Band, lane 3, NUIG, lane 4, UCD, lane 5, St. Michael's, and lane 6, NUIG B. They've gone through 500 metres and it's the centre of the course. NUIG A, leading from Band, they're the 1 and 2, and the crew from UCD in third place, the 1, 2 and 3, ahead of Skibbereen, St. Michael's, and the second NUIG crew back in 6th place at the moment. So gone through about 700 metres, and just opening up clear water ahead of the other crews, it's lane 2 and lane 3. So NUIG leading, nice push on from Band here now in the Cox Fours, women's intermediate Cox Fours. They're the 1 and 2 opening up, they're moving away from the rest of the crews now, and then battling it out for that third qualifying spot. We have 3 boats. It is Skibbereen and UCD and St. Michael's. They're the 1, 2, third, 4th and 5th, and then some way back to the other NUIG crew. But continuing to move away from the pack are the 2 leaders in this race, NUIG in lane 3, and the crew from Band in lane 4, and Skibbereen and UCD really battling it out now. The St. Michael's crew in danger of losing touch with the battle there for the third qualifying spot. So coming up, they've gone through just the 1,000 metre mark. Band rating slightly higher than the crew from NUIG, but they are continuing to move away from the crews as they go through 1,000 metres. UCD now putting on a nice squeeze to move ahead of Skibbereen, but the Skibbereen crew nearest to us here in lane 2 now putting on a push, and they realise that that third qualifying spot, they need to get that ahead of UCD. So again, this is Heat A of the women's intermediate Cox Fours. 3 crews qualified, and well ahead of the pack now it is NUIG and Band. They're the 1 and 2, Band maybe just moving ahead of NUIG in the last couple of strokes. And then a real trouble here between UCD and Skibbereen for the third qualifying spot. St. Michael's and the other NUIG crew fairly well behind at this stage as they come up to about 7:50 to go. Band and NUIG, they're still battling it out even though they're in control of this race here, and there's 2 qualifying spots that they're still pushing on. Another squeeze from the Band 4 in lane number 2, and they're looking to take the win in this rather than just the qualifying spot. I think the NUIG crew are happy to sit there in second and be in control. They can keep an eye on Skibbereen and UCD, and with that clear water lead, they know that they're not in danger of losing out on the second spot. So the women's intermediate, Cox 4, just coming up towards the 500 metre mark. We're getting ready to hand over the finish, and it is leading in lane 2 Band, and lane 3 in second place is NUIG, and then very little between Skibbereen and UCD for that third qualifying spot ahead of St. Michael's and NUIG. So over to the finish with Band leading from NUIG.
So they coming in here with just less than 500 metres to go. On the far side is Skibbereen in lane 1, Band in lane 2, NUIG in lane 3, UCD in lane 4, St. Michael's in lane 5, and NUIG B in lane 6. But it's the out in front, it's Band and NUIG setting up with the 1 and 2. The battle is on for the third position. From here it looks like maybe the UCD crew has pushed up on Skibbereen. It was Skibbereen in third position. It now looks like it could be UCD have pushed up past Skibbereen into third position, coming in towards the last 250 metres. Band looks to have pushed ahead of NUIG. NUIG probably not going to be too worried. If they qualify in second position or first position, but yes, it's definitely UCD have pushed ahead of Skibbereen on the far side. Skibbereen out on the far side there, and UCD in the black boat there coming in, look to be in third position. 3 crews qualified. Out ahead is Band coming up towards the last 100 metres. NUIG in the centre, UCD in the black boat there in the centre also. It looks down pushed ahead of the Skibbereen crew, the St. Michael's crew over on the near side, and the NUIG B crew back at the rear, coming up towards the finish. Man, NUIG very close between UCD and Skibbereen. I will give it to UCD at the moment, coming up to the finish line from Skibbereen, from St. Michael's. Handing back now to the start launch.
So next up, through the 500 metre mark is our second heat of the women's intermediate 4. Again, a 6-4 race here with 3 crews to qualify for the final. Shandon in lane 1, Trinity lane 2, UL in lane 3, UCD lane 4, Commercial lane 5, and UCD in lane 6. And again, this is the second heat. We've got through about 750 now and centre of the course, having a fantastic regatta so far with a number of wins. It is the crew from UL. They are leading this ahead of UCD-A. They're the 1 and 2 at the moment, and then very little between the crews from Commercial in 3rd place, and the Shandon crew nearest to us here in lane 1 as well. So they're coming up. That's the mark is just coming into view for us here, so those crews are going to see them. And it is leading centre of the course, UL in lane 3. They have about a length and a half lead, and then they're just going to extend it now because they're putting a big push on as we come through 1,000. So UL moving on. It is them leading from the crew from UCD-A in lane 6. They're the 1 and 2. Staying in touch then for the third qualifying spot is Commercial and Shandon battling it out here for the 3rd spot ahead of the 2nd crew from UCD and Trinity back in 5th and 6th. So 3 crews qualify here through 1,000 metres. It's still UL leading, and they are pushing on with every stroke, opening up here on the lead now ahead of the crew from UCD on nearest the enclosure in 2nd place. Just about half a length back to the crew from Shandon now in 3rd place. They have taken in the last couple of strokes a little bit of an advance on the crew from Commercial. So the Commercial need to react and hold on to that 3rd qualifying spot to advance on in this heat B of the women's intermediate 4. Just about 750 to go, and it's still UL. They're in control, really clean rowing, nice low race. They're in control of this race, and it's a lot more competitive for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. The UCD crew nearest the enclosure doing just enough to hold off the challenge to Commercial. And over on the far side, out here on the road, it is the crew from Shandon. They're currently in 3rd place. They look like they have about 3/4 of a length over Commercial at the moment. So it's UL leading. Clearwater then back to the crew from UCD in 2nd place. And the Shandon crew nearest to us are actually flying along now. And they are looking like they might challenge for the 2nd qualifying spot as we approach the 500 metres. So Commercial, they need to react now. They're going to qualify for the final. 3 crews out of the 6 here are going to move on into the final of the women's intermediate 4. Just coming up to the 500 metre mark, and it is going to be UL Clearwater lead then ahead of UCD, who just have about half a length over Shandon. They're the 1, 2 and 3, and they'll hand over to the finish.
So coming in with 500 metres to go, crews are on the far side. Shandon in lane 2, ULBC. In lane 3, UL. In lane 4, UCD. Lane 5, Commercial. UCD A on the near side here in lane 6. And it looks like the UL crew out of control, with UCD on the near side here in 2nd position, and the battle is on for the 3rd qualifying position between Shandon on the far side and the Commercial crew second now from the enclosure. They're the 2 crews that the real battle is on here for the 3rd qualifying position. But up front, it's UL from UCD-A on the near side. Shandon looks to be ahead at the moment, but at the angle is very difficult to tell when they're coming into the finish here. Shandon maybe now dropping back a little bit. It'll be the Commercial crew here pushing on for third. But out ahead is UL from UCD on the near side. Shandon on the far side. In third position at the moment, but it is very tight between themselves and Commercial on the near lane 2. Out ahead, UL from UCDA on the near side there, Shandon in third position. Shandon now making a move to come up onto UCD. It's going to be UL, Shandon, UCD. These are possibly the three crews that are going to qualify, coming up with a few strokes to go.
A bit of a break there now, Brian, I think for a few, about 15 minutes, I think we need the next race.
It's slow.
Okay, then perfect. We'll get the start ready to make it up.
Next race coming up, it's a 950 race. The proceeds of the women's club singles goals. Fleming Workman's in lane 1, O'Sullivan Muckers in lane 2, Sheehan Lee in lane 3, Sullivan Calorgan in lane 4, Donoghue Sligo in lane 5, and McCarthy Skibbereen in lane 6. About 5 minutes.
Exactly.
Could we get the Cox of Cathconnell Women's Junior 8 to weigh in, please? So that's the Cox of Cathconnell Women's Junior 8 to weigh in.
So back here at the start, after a short break, we are getting ready for 3 heats in the women's club singles, 2 heats of 6 and 1 heat of 5, 2 crews to qualify, 2 scullers to qualify from each of the heats to move on to the final. Lord they're just getting the starter, giving them some direction and steering from Clorgen right off the start, so they're about 10 strokes into this race. And again, just to recap, Heat 8 in lane 1 will be Workman's, lane 2 Muckross, lane 3 Lee, lane 4 Clorgen, lane 4 Sligo, and lane 6 Skibbereen. 2 crews to qualify out of the 6 in the first heat of the Women's Club Scull. Heat B, I can already see the scullers coming across and getting ready. But Heat A coming up to about 250, and off the start it is Skibbereen. Very little, Skibbereen has a bit of a lead here, and very little then between Clorgen and Muckross. A little bit further back to the scullers from Lee and Sligo, and then nearest to us Workman's. But 500 metre mark is coming up for them shortly. And again, it is just as we draw level with them here. Skibbereen McCarthy leading from Clorgen and Sullivan. They're the 1 and 2, and then the sculler from Muckross in 3rd place at the moment. Very little between 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th in the first heat of the Women's Club Scull. So 500 metre mark just going through now. It's still Skibbereen McCarthy leading from Clorgen and Sullivan, and then slightly ahead of Muckross and Sullivan, and Sligo Donegal. And then again, just a couple of lengths separating first and second. They're just about opening up a bit of Clearwater lead. Gone through 500, and it is Skibbereen McCarthy and Clorgen Sullivan. They're the 1 and 2. Slight Clearwater lead then over Muckross in 3rd place. And the crews of the scullers from Workman's and Sligo and Lee. They're currently 4th, 5th and 6th. So they're settling into their rhythm as they go through about 600 metres. And they are starting to move on now, and not as close as they were coming off the start in the first 200 metres. And it's still Clorgen and Skibbereen. They're the 1 and 2, just 2 scullers to qualify onto the final of the Women's Club Single. So it's still Skibbereen and Clorgen, they're the 1 and 2. Muckross staying in touch now. Muckross O'Sullivan, she's in 3rd place, and if she can have a quick glance over, she'll see that she's very much in touch And now she must have heard me because that's exactly what she's done. And she's put a little squeeze on here, across O'Sullivan, and she wants to stay in touch with the two leading scullers from Killorglin and Skibbereen. So just about 800, going through the 800 mark, 1,000 metre mark will be in sight soon. In the first heat of the women's club single centre of the course, Killorglin and Sullivan, and on the enclosure side, Skibbereen and McCarthy, they're the 1 and 2 so far, and look to be in control of this race here. 2 crews qualified, 2 scullers qualified in the first heat, and Moncross O'Sullivan, she's doing her best to stay in touch with the 2 leading scullers. Another quick glance over her shoulder there, and a little bit of a squeeze as we approach 1,000. So she's very much trying to get into contention for that second qualifying spot. But in control, centre of the course in lane 4, Killorglin and Sullivan. Lane 6, Skibbereen and McCarthy. And then it is Moncross in 3rd, Sligo 4th, Workman in 5th, and then Lee back in 6th place. Just through 1,000 metres. And again, the sculler from Skibbereen, nice and relaxed over there in lane 6. A little bit more racy from Killorglin to stay in touch with those 2. Very much leading now. Moncross is putting a huge effort in, and I think there might be a good strong second half from the Moncross sculler to try to get back into contention here. They're the 1, 2 and 3. And a little bit further back then to Sligo, Workman's and Lee. So they should, if you had very good eyesight, be just coming into view from the enclosure side. About 750 to go. And Workman's have pulled back a little bit and are mounting a challenge here to get that second qualifying spot. Again, perfect conditions here for the scullers. There's very little wind, certainly not the likes of what we had yesterday. So no tailwind to push the crews on here. As they're coming up to, I'd say the leaders now have about 600 to go. And it's still Skibbereen, lane 6, Skibbereen, McCarthy, leading from Killorglin and Sullivan. They're the 1 and 2. Moncross, O'Sullivan staying in touch, and I think there's going to be a nice little finish on here to see who will get that second qualifying spot. You glance over from the Skibbereen sculler now, she wants to make sure that she's in control of this race and she's just taking the rate up a little bit, just to expand on the lead that she has. So very little, again, between 1, 2 and 3, as Moncross was on another push coming up towards the 500 metre mark. So again, this is the first heat in the women's club single. Just 2 scullers to qualify into the finals. Some supporters here are back cheering the scullers on. And as I get ready to hand over at the 500 metre mark, very little between 1, 2 and 3, but I would say Skibbereen McCarthy leading, ahead of Killorglin and Sullivan. They're the 1 and 2, and Moncross O'Sullivan in 3rd place. That's Heat A, the women's club single, on its way down to the finish now.
So coming in with under 500 metres down the road, from the far side, you have Fleming Workman, O'Sullivan Moncross, in lane 3, Sheehan from the lead, lane 4, Sullivan from Killorglin, lane 5, Donovan from Sligo, and on the near side here, McCarthy from Skibbereen. And out in front, there are 3 crews out in front. On the near side here, you have McCarthy from Skibbereen, looks to be well in control. Looking back at the other crews, on the far side, over there you have so you do have we have Moncross on the far side, after pulling up, looks to have pulled up ahead of Killorglin. The Moncross sculler looks to have suddenly pushed there on the last 500 metres. So it's now Skibbereen from Moncross on the far side, with Killorglin in the centre. It was 1 and 2, Skibbereen and Killorglin, but the Moncross sculler looks to have pushed on there now and pushed into 2nd position. Only 2 crews to qualify. So Skibbereen on the near side, Walkers on the far side, and Gordon in the centre. With about 500 metres, or about 100 metres to go. It's still skimmering from Walkers, who is flying on the far side. Maybe pulling ahead in the first position at this stage. So, two crews just to qualify. Walkers on the far side, Skibbereen on the near side, and Killorglin in the centre. Sligo in fourth position, Workman's in fifth, and Lee in sixth. Well, it looks to be the battle for one or two. Walkers, Skibbereen, they're the two qualifying crews, I imagine. And we'll hand over then to the on-water commentary.
So coming into view here, just after the 500 metre mark, it is Heat B of the Women's Club single between lane 1 Killorglin, lane 2 UL, lane 3 Sligo, lane 4 Workman's, lane 5 Commercial, and lane 6 UL. So two UL scullers in the race here, and they've got through about 700 metres, and leading at the moment it is UL Coffee in lane 2, ahead of UL Barrington. They're the 1 and 2 at the moment, and Killorglin in third place, ahead of Sligo, and then just a little bit further back to the crews from Commercial and from Workman's as well. So 1,000 metres coming up into view now, and in control are the two scullers from UL Coffee, lane number 2. She's got just about a length lead, and she's rowing very confidently here. Nice low rate, but nice power in the water, and she's maintaining control here in lane 2. Right beside her in lane number 1 it is Killorglin. She's about a length and a half back, and very little now between second, third and fourth between Killorglin, Sligo, and the second UL sculler, UL Barrington, and then some way back and off to the pace the crews from Commercial and Workman's. 1,000 metre mark just gone through, and a little bit of a wall there from UL Coffee, but she is maintaining her lead and in control. She can look left and right and keep an eye on all of the sculls here, see who's putting on a push, and she can easily react and stay in control from the lead. So lane 2, it is Coffee UL. Very little, I think, Killorglin here beside us, Killorglin Gallagher in second place. Sligo McEnroe very much staying in touch and putting another squeeze on here, and has actually pulled through this scull from UL Barrington. So again, just two crews to qualify. So just two crews qualified in the second heat of the Women's Club single, and for a 6-boat final later on this morning. And it looks like in control here in lane 2, UL Coffee, leading, I would say, from Killorglin Gallagher. They're the 1 and 2. Sligo McEnroe and UL Barrington still within a boat's length of that second spot, that second qualifying spot. So when they come down towards the finish and start winding up, we might see some of the challenges that are going to take place to get that second qualifying spot in the Women's Club single. But still in control since the 500 metre mark, it is UL Coffee. The other UL sculler who was in second place, she's off the pace now, not as strong as she was in the earlier part of the race, and she has pushed back, and it looks like now between Sligo and Killorglin for the second spot. Killorglin here in lane number 1, Sligo in lane 2. They are really going to be battling it. Killorglin sculler just glancing over now. It's going to be very close between those two to see who's going to advance on to the final. Just coming up on 500 metres, and I get ready to hand over just a recap. In lane 2, it is UL Coffee leading, and then it is the scullers from Killorglin and Sligo battling it out for the second spot, and then a little bit further back to the crews from UL Commercial and Workman. So over to you at the finish with UL Coffee leading the second heat in the Women's Club single.
So this is the second heat with Killorglin on the far side, Coffee from UL in lane 2, Sligo McEnroe in lane 3, Workman O'Connor in lane 4, Commercial O'Connor in lane 5, and UL Barrington in lane 6 on the near side. But out in front, second lane out from the far side, it is Coffee from UL. Now the battle is on for there's 3 other colours there in a line. Battle is on for the second qualifying spot at this stage. Over on the far side, Gordon has been battling with Barrington on the near side for that second position. Also in the centre there you have Sligo, not out of it yet. If anything, Barrington on the near side looks to have dropped back a little bit, but up front it is Coffee from UL. And Gordon, I would imagine, on lane 1 out on the far side. With Sligo still in the battle there, it's UL from Killorglin, from Sligo, but with about 70 metres to go. It's UL from Killorglin on the far side with Sligo in 3rd position and UL Barrington on the near side. Come in two qualifying positions unfortunately, so everybody else dropped out. And is UL from Killorglin. And as they cross the line, we'll hand back to the on-water commentary.
So just up at the 1,000 metre mark is Heat C, the women's club single. 5 crews here and 2 to qualify in lane 2, Carrick O'Rourke, lane 3, Queen's Colliery, lane 4, Carrick Reynolds, lane 5, Queen's McCormick, and lane 6, Neptune. They've gone through 1,000 metres, and in lane 3, Queen's Colliery has just a clear water lead now ahead of the crews from Carrick and Neptune. Lane 4 in 2nd place at the moment, that's Carrick Reynolds, and the Neptune Sculler Talon in lane 6. They're the 1, 2 and 3. So just got through about 800 to go, and it is in lane 5, Queen's McCormick. Queen's McCormick in lane 5, leading from Carrick Reynolds and Neptune. They're the 1, 2 and 3. And then the sculler from Carrick O'Rourke, and some way back then to the 2nd Queen's Sculler Colliery in lane 3. So again, 2 crews qualified and advancing on for the 6-boat final later on. And in the enclosure side is where the leading crews are. Queen's McCormick in lane 5 leading. Opened up a clear water lead now ahead of Carrick Reynolds. They're the 1 and 2. Neptune Talon in 3rd. And unless she has a fantastic second half finish, I don't know if she's going to be able to get back into contention for the 2nd qualifying spot. So some nice rowing here from Queen's McCormick, leading as they went through 1,000 metres. Clear water ahead of Carrick Reynolds. She's putting on another push here now as they come up to about 700 to go. And it's still Queen's McCormick, lane 5, Carrick Reynolds in lane 4, and then Neptune Talon in lane at number 6. They're the 1, 2 and 3. And then the Sculler Carrick O'Rourke in 4th place at the moment. Just coming up on the 500 metre mark in this 3rd heat in the women's club singles. Final taking place later on this morning, and absolutely perfect conditions. Sun has gone in a little bit of cloud there, cooling things down, but perfect conditions, no tailwind or no crosswind affecting the scullers. So as they go through the 500 metre mark and get ready to hand over to the finish, it's still Queen's McCormick, lane 5, leading from Carrick Reynolds in lane 4. They're the 1 and 2 looking to qualify, and then 3rd place is Sculler from Neptune. That's Heat C, the women's club single.
And coming in with 500 metres to go from the far side, O'Rourke, Carrick, Colliery, Queen's, Reynolds, Carrick, McCormick, Queen's, and Talon, Neptune. But out in front, all the action is on this side. Out in front is the Queen's Sculler. That's McCormick, 2nd crew out from the near side here. challenge from Talon and Neptune looks to have dropped off, and it is Carrick in the centre of the river. It looks to have taken that second position. So 2 crews to qualify, and they have clear water on the rest of the crews coming into the finish. It's still Queens from Carrick. Not a lot in it. Could be either one of them could win this race, but they are definitely clear of everybody else on the field. So 2 qualifying positions. Queens from Carrick from Neptune. But in 4th position is Carrick Reynolds. Oh, sorry, that's Carrick O'Rourke in 4th position. Coming into the finish, it is Queens McCormick from Carrick Reynolds.
Number five. Number 5 is first.
Just crossing the line now. Bit of a break here now for the next 40 minutes before the women's junior 18 race. That is Neptune lane 2, Capricorn lane 3, Enniston lane 4, Merchant lane 5, and Colin lane 5.
Yeah, that looks to be right. That is a 40-minute break here.
with some exciting races. The next 9 races are all finals, starting with the women's junior 18 8 race. Neptune in lane 2, Castlecon lane 3, Enniskillen lane 4, Commercial lane 5, and Galway lane 6. That'll be followed by the women's senior sculls of Kremen UCC lane 1, Efi UCC in lane 2, Hyde Glenorgan lane 3, Ferry Neptune lane 4, Macron from Clydon on lane 5, and Long from Lee Valley to lane 6. So all finals, next 9 races are all finals, so we'll hopefully have some exciting races.
Declan. Three minutes.
I will follow them from the start. 3 minutes, okay.
Runner, let's go.
So back here at the start, we're just getting ready for the first finals of the day. 9 finals coming down the course shortly, the first of which will be the Women's Junior 18-8 final, a 5-boat race between Neptune, Castleconnell, Enniskillen, Commercial and Galway. Crews are just getting on the state boats now, and they'll be followed after that race with the final of the women's senior singles scope. UCC Crenan, UCC Heafy, Killorglin Hyde, Neptune Fair, Triton and Macron, and Lee Valley Long. That's the women's senior single. And after that, we have the men's club 8 between Shandon, Enniskillen, Neptune, UCD, Trinity, and St. Joseph's. Those cruisers coming up and getting into the holding area behind the start. But next up, 2 minutes to go, the starter has just announced the final of the women's junior 18-8. In lane 2 will be Neptune, lane 3 Castleconnell, lane 4 Enniskillen, lane 5 Commercial, and lane 6 Galway. The umpire is ready, and the lights are flashing. Just waiting now for the start sequence. The starter just looking for the Galway ballast to be shown. And we're about a minute away from the start of the women's junior 18 final. Very slight tailwind, just changed in the last half hour or so. Won't affect the crews, and going straight down the course. And a little bit more overcast now, so no sun in the eyes of the coxes as they make their way down towards the finish and the finishing closure. So a reminder, next race, our first final of this morning session, the women's junior 18-8, Neptune, Castleconnell, Enniskillen, Commercial, and Galway. And they're underway, so just off the start. Here, the sound of the 8's always great. And you can hear the coxes encouraging their crews now through the first few strokes. Start and big pushes from all the crews. You see who's going to establish a lead. We're just sitting here around the 250 metre mark, and we're going to pick this up. And I can already see that the crews from Galway, winners of a number of the junior pots already, the Galway 8 in lane 6 in the centre of the course, and Enniskillen. They look like the 1 and 2, and a little bit further back, the crews from Commercial, Castleconnell, and Neptune. So just coming up, very little between first and second, but it is Galway and Enniskillen. Galway maybe by just about a canvas as they come up to 400 metres. So a canvas lead for Galway, ahead of Enniskillen in the women's junior 18-8. Back in third place it is Commercial. And then the crew from Castleconnell and Neptune 4th and 5th. 500 metre mark just coming through now. And the crews are lengthening it out into their stride. A lot of encouragement from some of the junior 18-4s on their way to the start, cheering on their fair club members. So still Galway and the Enniskillen crew, they're the 1 and 2. And they are now just about opening up a little bit of Clearwater back to Castleconnell now in third place. So Castleconnell moving ahead of Neptune and Commercial as well, and then the Castleconnell crew rating slightly higher, so a little bit of a push for Castleconnell. They're just staying in touch, their bow is just overlapping with the stern of Enniskillen and Galway, and then some way about half a length back to Neptune in 4th place ahead of Commercial. Very little between first and second, between Galway and Enniskillen. Stroke for stroke, they're matching each other. Enniskillen slightly lower rate than Galway. Little glance over from the stroke of the Galway boat. Just keeping an eye, and it is nip and tuck between these two. Enniskillen now putting a squeeze on. A little bit of a push from Enniskillen, rate coming right the way up. And they are probably just about a canvas ahead of the crew from Galway now. Very little, they are moving away from third place Castleconnell, 4th place Neptune now, and Commercial back in 5th. And there's Clearwater opening up between the first and second crew, back to the remaining crews from Castleconnell, Neptune and Commercial. But Enniskillen, in that last push that they did just around the 800 metre mark, coming up now to 1,000, but that last push that they put on has helped them move a little further ahead from Galway, but the Galway crew still rowing very nicely, slightly lower rate from Galway, and they seem to be striding out here and very much staying in touch. They have definitely opened up Clearwater now back to Castleconnell, Neptune and Commercial, but very little between first and second. As each of the crews are doing a push, they seem to be taking the lead, and it's just about a canvas to a quarter of a length between them when they're both doing those pushes and taking it back down again. the Enniskillen crews just looking around there, having a look at Galway. Galway stroke looking over once again, and it looks like they're going for another push as we come up to the 1,000-metre mark. Very little between first and second. It literally, I'd say, a canvas affecting the crews there. Neptune Cox just a little bit close, hitting some of the boys here in lane number 2 with the Neptune crew back in 4th place. But Enniskillen there look like they're middle of the course, striding out, and I think they might be moving ahead of the Galway crew now. Some very nice rowing from the Enniskillen 8, and I think they have the makings maybe of this Galway crew in the enclosure side in lane number 6. They're the 1 and 2. Castleconnell have about a 3/4 lead in 3rd place ahead of Neptune, and they have a length lead over Commercial. But it looks like it's the Enniskillen crew centre of the course in lane number 4. Enniskillen leading this final in the women's junior 18 age. About 600 metres to go. And the Galway crew, they're going to have to put in a fantastic finish here to see if they're going to challenge the Enniskillen crew leading this women's junior 18 age, as the 1,000-metre mark is just a few strokes away. And they have continued to move away, both Galway and Enniskillen moving away from the crews from Castleconnell, Neptune and Commercial some way back. And it's going to be a fantastic finish here. I still think it's the Enniskillen crew leading in the centre of the course, and Galway nearest the enclosure. If they can put on a challenge to see who is going to win this final of the women's junior 18 age. Going through 500, Enniskillen leading from Galway, Castleconnell in 3rd, ahead by just half a length of Neptune, and Commercial back and 4th. Over to you to finish.
Coming up in the centre of the course, the Enniskillen crew from Galway on the near side, with Castleconnell in 3rd position in the red. So, striding out here, great coming in towards the last 250 metres. It's Enniskillen from Galway, on the near side of Galway, Enniskillen in the centre, Castleconnell in 3rd, with Neptune in 4th. But it's Enniskillen luckily moving away from the Galway crew as they come towards the finish. There's clear water, I think, between them at this stage from Enniskillen, from Galway. Galway have had a very good run with Ears and Horace. But I think they met their match here with Enniskillen. Enniskillen just striding away in the last 100 metres from Galway. Yes, there's clear water in it. It's the Enniskillen crew powering home. Very clean rowing, very composed rowing, coming into the finish from Galway on the near side, with Castleconnell in 3rd and Neptune in 4th. So it's Enniskillen from Galway. And we'll hand back to our on-the-water commentary for the women's senior sculls race.
So we are just making our way back up towards the start here for the second final of the day, the final of the women's senior sculls. Again, a 6-boat race here, UCC Trevin in lane 1, UCC Keefe in lane 2, Killorglin Hyde in lane 3, Neptune Ferrick in lane 4, Tribesman Macron in lane 5, and Lee Valley Long in lane 6. The scullers are just on the stake boats now, not quite off. We're just up at the 500-metre mark, so this is the next final, is the women's senior single, and that will be followed then by the men's Club 8, a 6-boat final in the men's Club 8. Those crews just in the holding pattern behind the start. Shandon, Enniskillen, Neptune, UCD, Trinity and St. Joseph's. The final of the men's Club 8 coming up shortly. Also on our way, just spotting the crews here in the final of the men's junior 18 Cox 4 and the men's junior 19 Cox 4. All those crews on the way up to the start as well, encouraging some of the women's 8 that were making their way down in the finals earlier on in this session. But next up, it is going to be the women's senior single. And the crews are on the state bus. Now, just to recap on the 6 scullers that we have in this women's senior singles final. UCC Kremen in lane number 1. UCC Heaphy in lane 2. Lord Hyde in lane 3. Neptune Ferg in 4. Triton Macron in 5. And Lee Valley Long in 6. Again, perfect conditions up here at the start. Very slight tailwind. And the starter is just naming out the crews here, getting midway, and they're under order. And they're off now in the final of women's senior singles. All cleanly away. Don't hear the umpire or the starter giving anyone any steering instructions of good speed. And they are just through 100 metres now. And as to be expected, very little between the 6 scullers in the final of the women's senior singles. So they're coming up in about 200 metres gone. And we'll get the rundown just to recap. It is UCC Kremen lane 1, UCC Heaphy lane 2, Killorgan lane 3, Neptune lane 4, Triton lane 5, and Lee Valley in lane 6. Just coming up on the 400 metre mark. And we look like Lee Valley Long in lane 6. And Margaret Kremen from UCC, they're the 1 and 2. I would say it is Margaret Kremen just slightly leading, just about a half a length lead. UCC Kremen over Lee Valley Long, they're the 1 and 2. And then just about a length back, very close together, are the scullers from UCC, Killorglin, Neptune, and Tribesman. But out here in lane 1, closest to our commentary boat, just about to disturb a flock of birds, it is Margaret Kremen from UCC. She's flipped quick glance over to her left to see the skulls. She's grimacing with every finish, but rowing very powerfully here, and she's starting to move away now. Lane 1, it is Margaret Kremen from UCC. Taking with her UCC Heaphy in lane 2. Is staying in touch, and the sculler still Lee Valley Long in second place over there in lane 6. But UCC Heaphy now coming back into contention, putting on a big push as they go through 500, and they're the 1, 2, and 3. So it's UCC Kremen from Lee Valley Long, UCC Heaphy 1, 2, and 3. Then about a length and a half back then to Killorglin, Neptune, and Tribesman for 4th, 5th, and 6th. About 600 metres gone, 700 metres gone now. But still, with every stroke, the sculler from UCC Kremen, she is keeping the pressure on and starting to move. And a little bit of clear water opening up now for Margaret Kremen from UCC. But she is taking Heaphy and Lee Valley. UCC Heaphy and Lee Valley Long staying in touch at the moment. But a little bit of clear water. About 800 metres gone in the final of the women's senior scull. In lane 1, Margaret Kremen from UCC. Just about a length and a half lead ahead of Long, Lee Valley in second place. UCC Heaphy in third. And then just about a length or two back, and it's the Neptune sculler who has now moved into 4th place ahead of Killorglin and Tribesman in the final of the women's senior singles. 1,000 metre mark just coming up to us here. And Kremen from UCC, she continues. A little glance over to left there to see where she is, and there's a push on it going through 1,000. She really wants to open up even more clear water now and take control of this race in the final of the women's senior. It is Margaret Kremen, UCC. And very little, barely half a canvas then between UCC Heaphy and Lee Valley Long for second place. They're matching each other stroke for stroke. Lee Valley's maybe a slightly lower rate, but very strong in the water. UCC Heaphy keeping the pressure on, but they're literally stroke for stroke, about a canvas, half a canvas between those two scullers. But continuing to move away, our leader is UCC Kremen in the women's senior single. Out here in lane 1, furthest from you on the enclosure. Leading now by about 2.5, 3 lengths, and she's continuing to move away, UCC Kermit. Ahead now of UCC Heathy, who has just taken a slight lead over Lee Valley Long. And then it's some way back, a couple of lengths back then to Neptune, Clorglen and Tribesman. So a little bit of a wash affecting the scullers here. They're about 700 out, and they're all coping well with that from one of the launches. And still, stroke for stroke, Kremen from UCC, she's grimacing every time she finishes, but she's sending that boat beautifully away, and she continues to extend the open water lead that she has over UCC Heathy and Lee Valley Long. Down to 700 to go. That 500 marker is going to be coming up soon. And it's still Margaret Cameron from UCC. She continues to push away. Now probably a 3-length lead over second place UCC Heathy, who is just about a 1.5 length lead now. She has moved on from Lee Valley in 3rd place in the final of the women's senior single. So as I get ready to hand over, just a recap. Out here in lane 1, our leader from the start is Kremen UCC, and she continues to move away in the last quarter of the race. So it's UCC Kremen leading from UCC Heathy and Lee Valley Long. They're the 1, 2 and 3 as I hand over the women's senior single.
So coming into the finish, on the far side is Margaret Kremen from UCC, from Lydia Heathy from UCC. On the near side here, you have Long from Lee Valley. They're the 3 crews leading the field at the moment. So it's Margaret Kremen with Clearwater from Lydia Heathy in lane 2. Long on the near side coming under pressure for 3rd position, but it's Kremen from UCC out in front, with Heathy UCC in 2nd position. Long under pressure coming in here to hold the 3rd position, but striding away, coming into the finish with about 100 metres go. It's Kremen from UCC taking up the race again, pushing out further ahead of Heathy from UCC. And a great battle on for 3rd position. But coming up towards the finish, it is Kremen UCC from Heathy UCC. And it looks like the Neptune scholar Fierick has overtaken Long coming to the finisher. And the Clorglen scholar Hyde putting on a push coming into the finish. But coming up towards the line, it is UCC Kremen from UCC Heathy, with Neptune looking to make 3rd position.
So making our way back up to the start here for the next race, which is going to be the final of the Men's Club 8. A 6-boat race here between Shandon, Enniskillen, Neptune, UCD, Trinity and St. Joseph's. These crews are just getting onto the state boats now. And that'll be the Men's Club 8 final. And right after that we're going to have 2 4s race, the Men's Junior 18-4 and the Men's Junior 19-4. But it is that Men's Club 8 race. Some of the junior crews racing here, St. Joseph's and Enniskillen. Up against Shandon, Neptune, UCD and Trinity. So 6 boats into the final here in the Men's Club 8. And they're just going to be getting under the orders of the starter shortly. All being attached now to the state boats. After that, as I said, we will have that Men's Junior 18 top 4 between St. Joseph's, Capricorn, Enniskillen, Shannon and the second St. Joseph's crew. Just mention our club Members from Shannon Rowing are based in Limerick at their iconic boathouse in the city centre. They have a big fundraising effort on at the moment where you can buy a slate for the roof. So it's a protected and listed building, one of the iconic buildings within the city. So if you check out Shannon Rowing Club's website or their social media, you'll see details there. And I'm sure a lot of the rowing community will be able to support them there with the maintenance of their clubhouse within the city. Shannon going to have two crews, one competing in the men's junior 18-4, after that the men's junior 19-4. These one-stop events for these championships of the big junior 19, Shannon against Skibbereen. So back up at the start here, it is the men's club 8. The starter is just giving the announcement going through, and we're about to start here. And they're underway. Huge roars from the bridge. A lot of supporters after coming up to watch the crews, and there is quite nothing like an ace race getting off the start. The power, the noise, the sound of yours. It is the pinnacle of rowing, and great to see 6 boats here, and we're looking forward to a very competitive final in the men's club 8. They've gone through the 100-metre mark, and it is, you can hear those coxes encouraging their crews, getting them off to a clean, powerful and racy start, settling then into the middle of the course. And they have gone through about 250, 300 metres, and it is centre of the course. It's the crews from Trinity and UCD, centre of the course. It's Trinity leading by about a quarter of a length, just coming up to 500 metres in the men's club 8 final. It is Trinity leading from UCD, just half a length back then to the crews from Shandon and St. Joseph's, Neptune and Enniskillen back in 6th now at the moment. But still it's Trinity, just coming through 500 metres now. Trinity by about a quarter of a length, leading the men's club 8 Championship of Ireland race through 500 metres. UCD very much in contention here, just a quarter of a length, and I'm sure middle of the course we're going to see some very competitive race for these two crews. They're about a length ahead now of the crew from St. Joseph's in lane at 6, and the crews from Neptune and Shandon. There's barely half a length separating Shandon, Neptune and St. Joseph's for 3rd place. Enniskillen just further back, the junior crew from Enniskillen back in 6th place at the moment. But continuing to move away at the lead of this pack of the race in the men's club 8, it is still Trinity and UCD. Nip it tough, but Trinity are still holding on to the lead. They have taken about a quarter of a length off of the start, and they are holding on to that now. And it's the UCD crews racing a little bit higher than Trinity, but rowing very nicely, and UCD are motoring along here with Trinity. So they're the 1 and 2. Clearwater lead then back to St. Joseph's in 3rd place, with Neptune and in 4th, Shandon 5th, and Enniskillen in 6th. Very little between Neptune and Shandon, matching each other strokes to stroke, but the St. Joseph's crew on the enclosure side in lane 6, just about a half a length lead in 3rd place there. Clearwater being opened up between UCD, Trinity and the rest of the pack. They're coming up with just through 1,000 metres. Big push on from UCD, and they're going to have to go for it now, because Trinity, they're also going for a big push. Middle of the course stuff here, and it is going to be decided in the second half. Trinity maintaining their lead that they took in the first 500. They probably have still just a quarter of a length lead in the final of the men's club 8. It's Trinity leading from UCD. Clearwater then back to the crew from St. Joseph's in 3rd place, and then very little between Neptune and Shandon here beside us in lane 1 for 4th and 5th, and Enniskillen just a further length back in 6th place. 7:50 to go. Trinity still moving away, but UCD staying in touch, not going away from. They're not letting Neptune get away, they're not letting Trinity get away from them. As they come up to about 7:50 to go. Trinity crew, not as elegant as UCD. UCD rowing very nicely, very clean rowing, a lot of splashing from the Trinity crews, especially at the catch. But they're doing what they need to do, as they have that quarter of a length lead that they opened up from the 500 metre mark in this final of the men's Club 8. UCD are not to be done. They're staying in touch, and anything can happen in the last 500. They'll be coming down to the 500 metre mark now, and they still have that Clearwater lead. It's Trinity from UCD, Clearwater back to third place St. Joseph's, Neptune in fourth, Shandon fifth, and Enniskillen sixth. So a very exciting finish for the crews as they come up to the 500, and I'm just getting ready to hand over. To recap, men's Club 8 Championship of Ireland, it is Trinity leading from UCD. They're the 1 and 2, over to you at the finish.
Yes, coming into the finish, Battle of the Universities, right in the centre, in the white, you have Trinity College Dublin, and just outside them is University College Dublin. So the crews competing are from lane 1, Shandon, Enniskillen lane 2, Neptune lane 3, UCD lane 4, Trinity College in lane 5, and St. Joseph's in lane 6. But the real race is on up front here between Trinity College in the white, and in the light blue is UCD colleges. So it's Trinity holding that lead that they got at the very start. Off the start, they moved out ahead, and they're holding that lead. Probably less than a half a length in it between UCD and Trinity. Coming in now with about 100 metres to go. Real battle here between the two universities, the two Dublin universities. Trinity just moving ahead again from UCD coming into the finish. They just brought it up their last few strokes, just moving clear of UCD coming into the finish, with Neptune here in third position.
Over to you again, Brian. Next we have the final of the men's junior rating cross fours. St. Joseph's in lane 2,
Castleconnell lane 3, Enniskillen lane 4, Shannon lane 5, and St. Joseph lane in lane 6.
So back up for the next final of this morning's session. It's the final of the men's junior 18-4. They're just underway. And it is a 5-4 final between St. Joseph's B in lane 2, Castleconnell lane 3, Enniskillen lane 4, Shannon lane 5, and St. Joseph's A in lane 6. This race will be followed by a 2-boat final in the men's junior 19-4 between Shannon and Skibbereen, and those fours are just approaching the start now. Going through 150 metres, centre of the course, Enniskillen, leading here in the men's junior 18-4. They've opened up a length lead. St. Joseph's A as well. They're the 1 and 2, and the other St. Joseph's crew, Castleconnell, and the crew from Shannon, just a little bit further back. Coming up on about 300 metres, it is St. Joseph's, Enniskillen. St. Joseph's maybe by just, so it's actually Enniskillen. It's the Enniskillen crew, half the canvas ahead of the crew from St. Joseph's, and Castleconnell are in third place. They're the 1, 2 and 3. About a length back then to the second St. Joseph's crew, and the crew from Shannon in 5th place at the moment. 500 metre marker just going through, and Enniskillen, they have probably just a canvas lead over St. Joseph's. They're the 1 and 2. Castleconnell currently in third place, just going through the 500 metre mark. St. Joseph's nearest to us in lane 2, St. Joseph's B in 4th place, ahead of the Shannon 4 in 5th. Gone through 500. The Enniskillen crew rowing very nicely in the centre of the course in lane number 4. And the St. Joseph's crew on the far side in lane number 6. They look like the 1 and 2. Castleconnell just staying in touch. They're overlapping. And these three crews then have opened up a clear water lead over the crews from St. Joseph's, and Shannon back in 4th and 5th. So it's still Enniskillen, maybe just about half a length now. Enniskillen leading ahead of St. Joseph's. They're the 1 and 2. Castleconnell rating much higher than the crews from Enniskillen and St. Joseph's. Gone through about 700 metres, and that Enniskillen crew are continuing to move away. The Enniskillen crew now moving away, probably half a length, 3/4 length lead over the crew from St. Joseph's. Lower rate from the St. Joseph's crew, and the Castleconnell crew in lane 3 in 3rd place. Shannon now moving into 4th place ahead of the second St. Joseph's crew, just in the last 100 metres or so. But still, Enniskillen have now got into a beautiful rhythm. Very stylish rowing from the Enniskillen 4 and the St. Joseph's crew. St. Joseph's crew, a little lower rate. They look like they are going to stay in touch here. Probably just a half a length between first and second. And the stroke from Enniskillen looking directly down his lane, not glancing left or right. They're doing their own thing in the centre of the course in the final of the men's junior 18-4. Gone through 1,000 metres, and it is Enniskillen and St. Joseph's. A 2-boat race now with Castleconnell losing touch in 3rd place, just slightly back. And again, a clear water lead back to Shannon now in 4th ahead of St. Joseph's. Enniskillen still rowing very nicely, in control of this race, but that's St. Joseph's crew in lane 6, staying in touch, and very little. I'd say there's probably only half a length separating those 2 fours, but they are moving away now from Castleconnell in 3rd place. Some clear water being opened up between them in the final of the men's junior 18-4. centre of the course, Enniskillen. Lane 6, St. Joseph's. It's going to be a two-boat race for the Championship of Ireland in the men's junior 18-4. About 600, 700 metres to go. A roar from the stroke of the Castleconnell boat to get his crew going again. But those top three crews are continuing to move away from Shannon and St. Joseph's B back in 4th and 5th place. We're hanging back here, so it's very hard to tell. But Enniskillen and St. Joseph's, they're the 1 and 2, 500 metre mark coming up, and they will be coming into full view for you at the enclosure. And it looks like it's going to be a very exciting finish. St. Joseph's might have actually squeezed ahead there in the last 100 metres or so. Nearest to you in lane 6, they're taking the rate up again. St. Joseph's pushing now on that Enniskillen crew in the final of the men's junior 18-4. 500 metre marker just coming into view for the crews. And it looks like it is going to be a fantastic finish here between two boats. Castleconnell putting on a big push, but they're more than a length of Clearwater behind in the final of the men's junior 18-4. Getting ready to hand over to you. To me, it looks like St. Joseph's have now taken the lead from Enniskillen in the final of the men's junior 4. I'm going to hand over to you. St. Joseph's, Enniskillen, they're the 1 and 2.
Yes, it looks like St. Joseph's on the near side have just pushed ahead of Enniskillen in the centre with Castleconnell in third position. So St. Joseph's here on the near side in lane 6 have moved ahead of the Enniskillen crew, rating slightly higher coming in towards the finish. With about 200 metres to go, it's St. Joseph's from Enniskillen from Castleconnell. But it's the St. Joseph's crews that are moving away. Steering is to be going slightly around Enniskillen, but the St. Joseph's crew have just moved up ahead. Not a lot in it, but they're rating higher. The bigger urgency in their stroke to move the boat. They're moving up now to about a half a length ahead of Enniskillen, stretching out that lead as they come up towards the line. Now it's a length up ahead of Enniskillen. So St. Joseph's from Enniskillen, from Castleconnell, coming into the finish with about 4 or 5 strokes to go. Crossing the line now very shortly. St. Joseph's from Enniskillen, from Castleconnell, with Shannon coming up behind and St. Joseph's B on the far side. But it's St. Joseph's from Enniskillen.
Over to you again, Brian.
We are back up at the start here for our next race, the final of the men's junior 19 Cox 4. These crews didn't get to compete last year, so they went to under 19 event in places for this one championship, and it is a two-boat race here between Shannon and Skibbereen. Crews are on the start, and we're just waiting for the starter to get them underway. Just a reminder for winning crews, if you can make your way down to the presentation area, and a reminder, it is just the crews and coaches that are permitted to go down for the presentations. But any of the winning crews from this morning's races, if you can make your way down to the presentation area. Back here is the men's junior 19-4 between Shannon and Skibbereen. Just a two-boat race, after which we'll have the final of the men's intermediate doubles. These doubles both having raced in the heats earlier on this morning. And in that final it will be Sligo, Lee, UL, Shandon, Queens and Waterford. The final of the men's intermediate doubles. And right after that we'll have the other race that was decided, the six finalists decided earlier on this morning in the women's intermediate 4 between UCD B, UCD A, Ban, UL, NUIT and Shandon. So to start there, just making the announcement now. And we are underway. And they've been told to stop roll. So it might be a full start. So both crews are holding their boats up. And they're going to back it down on there. We'll wait to hear what the starter has to say. I think it's a false start for Shannon. So in the men's junior 19-4, they're making their way back on. I think it was false start Shannon. And the drone is just being decided, so hopefully those of you that are streaming, you'll be able to see this race getting ready. Men's junior 19 Cox 4 between Shannon and Skibbereen. They're going to get back onto the state course. Fifth and last final of this morning's session. After that we're going to have the men's intermediate double, the women's intermediate Cox 4, the men's senior single and the women's sub 4. And of course in that men's senior single, one of our international lords, Mel Lynch, UCC, Paula Donovan, Skibbereen, Area Donovan, Skibbereen, Jake McCarthy and Skibbereen, Quentin McCarthy in commercial in the final of the men's single. But just heard there that it is the Shannon crew have been given a false start. It's back on the state boats and they're going again now. Off cleanly this time between Shannon and Skibbereen and the men's junior 19 Cox 4. Just coming through the 100 metre mark. Just the two boats here in this junior 19 race. These crews unfortunately not getting to race last year due to the COVID restrictions, so these under 19 events taking place as an exception this year to give the crews a chance to race at the championships. Just two boats here. Shannon in lane 3, Skibbereen lane 4. One of the Skibbereen scullers cheering on his 4 as he makes his way up to the start. About 250 gone. And Skibbereen are leading from Shannon here in the junior 19-4. So it's Skibbereen. Just maybe half a length lead. Skibbereen coming up now on the 500 metre mark. Skibbereen leading from Shannon in the men's junior 19-4. So just about a half a length lead, the Skibbereen crew. Lots of encouragement from the other crews making the way up to the start as we go through the 500 metre mark. And it is Skibbereen 3/4 of a length from Shannon. The Shannon crew staying in touch. Gone through 500. Just 3/4 of a length now between Skibbereen and the crew from Shannon. Again, lots of encouragement coming from the bank, the drone overhead, so hopefully you're getting some great footage here of the two crews as they make their way down the course in the final of the men's junior 19 Cox 4. Both fours now striding out. Still very high race, and that Skibbereen crew pushing on. Very competitive. A little bit of a wobble from the Shannon crew, but steady as a rock for Skibbereen. They've now opened up a little bit of clear water as they go through it. Skibbereen, clear water lead now, just about a length and a half ahead of Shannon in the men's junior 19-4 Championship of Ireland. Nice long strokes from the Skibbereen crew. 1,000 metre mark is going to come up in sight shortly, and they're continuing to move away from the Shannon crew. Very solid rowing from the crew from Skibbereen in the men's junior 19-4, and they're continuing to move away from the Shannon crew, just coming up on the 1,000 metres. So still keeping the push on Skibbereen. They're not settling for just getting ahead of Shannon. They're keeping the pressure on to keep the boat and keep that open water that they have opened up. And just going through the 1,000 metre marker now. It is Skibbereen leading from Shannon, probably about a 2-3 length lead in the men's junior 19 Cox 4. A little glance from the Balmain and Skibbereen over to the 1,000 metre marker. They know now they've gone through halfway in this race in the men's junior 19-4. It's still Skibbereen, the Shannon crew, rating slightly higher, and they're doing their best to get back into contention here to push that Skibbereen crew in the second half of this race. But in control, it's the crew from Skibbereen, all of them wearing white hats. In lane 4, centre of the course, and they, after the 500 metre mark, they just continue to move away from the crew from Shannon in second place in the men's junior 19 Cox 4. 7:50 to go, and both Coxes encouraging their crews. The Skibbereen crew, even though they have that open Clearwater lead, they're not sitting on that. They want to continue to move away. They're looking to dominate this race, and they're keeping the pressure on. A nice push from Shannon here, rating very high, the Shannon crew, racing this like it's for my sprint, and they're coming back a little bit now on Skibbereen, so big push on from Shannon. Again, they've realised that the 500 metre mark is coming up, but it's still 2 or 3 length lead, Skibbereen there ahead of Shannon. So 500 metre mark in this final of the men's junior 19 Cox 4 between Skibbereen and Shannon. As a handover to you, it is Skibbereen leading in lane 4, 2 length lead, 3 length lead over the crew from Shannon in lane number 3.
So coming into view, it's the men's junior 19 Cox 4 with Skibbereen on the near side, Shannon in the centre of the river, and it's Skibbereen leading from the start and not slackening off as they're coming in towards the finish with about 250 metres to go. It's still Skibbereen from Shannon. I'm sure if this race was over last year, there were probably 6 boats across the river. But these are the junior 19s who didn't get to row in the championships in a championship race last year. Coming into the finish, Skibbereen from Shannon. Just 2 boats entered in this race. Coming up with about 100 metres to go, still Skibbereen by about a length and a half from Shannon. Shannon now putting on a push, trying to close that gap. But it's Skibbereen from Shannon just moving away again now with the last few strokes. So Skibbereen crossed the line now shortly from Shannon in the junior 19 4s.
Closing again, Brian.
Next race up is the men's intermediate double stones. Final. Sligo in lane 1, Lee in lane 2, UL in lane 3, Shandon in lane 4, Queens University in lane 5 and Waterford in lane 6. That's the men's intermediate double sculls. Next race up.
We are back here at the start now for the next final, which is going to be the men's intermediate doubles 6-boat final. These double sculls had raced earlier in the heat. The starter just going through the roll call now. It's Sligo lane 1, Lee lane 2, UL lane 3, Shandon lane 4, Queens lane 5 and Waterford lane 6. They're just underway. Just started away cleanly. First few strokes for each of the doubles in the final of the men's intermediate. After that race, we can see the women's intermediate fours just getting ready to join the start. They've gone through about 150 metres down in the doubles, men's intermediate doubles. Sligo, Lee, UL, Shandon, Queens and Waterford. They're the 6 crews. And just coming up to the first few hundred metres and centre of the course. The crews from Queens, Shandon, UL. They look like the 1, 2 and 3 at the moment with Lee and Sligo and Waterford. A little bit further back in 4th, 5th and 6th. Centre of the course. Very little between them, between UL, Shandon and Queens. They're just coming up level to us. Lee actually still in touch. And Sligo here. So it's the Waterford crew on the far side, maybe just a little bit further back in 6th place. Centre of the course. Matching stroke for stroke. It's Shandon and UL. They're the 1 and 2, just coming to the 500 metre mark. UL, half a canvas ahead of Shandon. They're the first and second. The Lee crew now have moved up into 3rd place ahead of the crew from Queens. So going through 500, just about a length and a half, 2 lengths separating the first 5 crews. UL in lane 3, leading it from Shandon. They are slightly ahead of the crews from Queens, Lee and Sligo. Waterford way off the pace here now. They are clear water between them and the other crews. So Waterford look like they're not going to be in contention for this race here, but very, very close. I would say 2 lengths separating 1st to 5th, and it's still in lane 3, UL. The stroke UL just having a quick glance over to the crews beside him. UL and Shandon and Lee now in 3rd place. It's the Lee crew who have moved ahead of Queens and Sligo. The centre of the course, like a chevron coming down, it is actually UL leading. Right beside them, the crew from Shandon and Lee. They're the 1, 2 and 3. Queens, the barman of Queens, just having a look over now to see where he is. And he realised that the Lee crew have taken an advance on them. And the Lee crew putting a big, big push on here, coming up to the 1,000 metre mark. They are coming up on the Shandon crew. All the crews now must know that we're at the 1,000 metre mark, because there's a lot of pushes coming on. The UL crew maybe just, I'd say, a half a length lead over Shandon. And then the crew from Queens have now moved into 3rd ahead of Lee. So again, a lot of pushes taking place, so those jockeying for positions as they get into a push and back into their stride. A little bit of a call there from the stroke of the UL man to his bowman, and they have gone. The UL crew have lifted it again, and they're looking to open up a length lead. It's UL, centre of the course, final of the men's intermediate double. A great regatta so far for UL, with numerous wins in the men's and women's races. And it looks like they're in control here in the men's intermediate double as well. Centre of the course, UL leading it out. Taking with them the crews from Shandon and Queens. Queens in lane 5, a very good 500 from the Queens double. The crew from Lee falling back now into 4th place. And it is Queens who are pulling through the Shandon double. Bauman and the Shandon both just glancing over to see where they are. They've about 750 to go, and the UL crew are pushing again. UL centre of the course. Little glance from the stroke man over either side of him to see the crews that are there. They're in control here. It's UL centre of the course, leading from Queens. And then a real battle for third, fourth and fifth. Shandon, Lee, Sligo, side by side, stroke for stroke. There's barely a canvas separating these three double skulls. But out there in front and just opening up Clearwater lead, it is UL. UL from Queens, they're the 1 and 2. Sligo now moving into third place. Nice push from the Sligo double right beside us here. And they've now moved into third place ahead of Shandon in fourth and Lee in fifth. Coming up to the 500 metre mark, again the stroke man of UL, he's just glancing over. They're in control of this championship race in the men's intermediate double. 500 metre mark now going through. It's UL just about a 2 length, 1.5, 2 length lead over Queens. Sligo now in third place ahead of the crew from Shandon and Lee. Very little between them at the handover. It looks like UL for the taking in lane 3, leading this final of the men's intermediate double.
Yes, coming in with about 400 metres to go. It's Queen, it's UL right in the centre of the leg, with Queens on the near side. They're the 1 and 2. UL still maintaining the advantage right off the start. Ahead of Queens. Battle is on for third position. The Sligo on the far side, Lee just inside them in lane 2. And then they have the Shandon crew over here in lane 4. But out ahead it's UL from Queens on the near side. Lee and Sligo and Lee have moved ahead of Shandon now, coming in towards the finish for the third spot. So it's UL from Queens. Lee putting on a big push here now to try and get the third spot from Sligo on the far side. But it's still UL just putting on a push. So are Queens putting on a push, coming in here. Have they left it too late? They have been voted by UL. They're pushing. It's a very close race right to the line. It could be UL, it could be Queens. And another race going on for third position between Lee and Sligo right up to the line.
We are back here at the start now. 3 more races left to close out this morning's session on day 3 of the championships. The next race is the women's intermediate top 4 race final between UCDV, UCDA, BAN, UL, NUIG and Shandon. Crew's on the starting blocks, just waiting for the roll call and the start. After which we'll have the men's senior single race between the Donovan brothers and the McCarthy brothers, as well as Clonmel Lynch and Commercial Neal. And to wrap up this morning's session, it will be the women's club single final between Lord and Queen, Skibbereen, UL, Macross and Carrick. Those colours just coming up to the boarding pattern behind the start now. All fours are on the start here for this next race, the women's intermediate 4. Just waiting for them to get underway. Just a reminder, in lane 1 it will be UCD-B, lane 2, UCD-A, in lane 3, Van, lane 4, UL, lane 5, NUIG, and lane 6, Shannon. That's the final at the women's intermediate 4. So just going through the roll call at the start. A couple of supporters up on the bridge. So women's intermediate 4. They're just about to get off. And they're underway now. Keenly away. And again, lots of encouragement for them at the bridge as all 6 boats get away and through the 100-metre mark. Nice conditions here. Wind has picked up a small little bit. There's a little bit of a crosswind, tailwind here. Won't be affecting the crews. I don't think it's going to make that much of a difference. A little bit of shelter maybe for the crews over in lane 6, but certainly not like the tailwinds that we saw yesterday. They've gone through about 250 metres. Centre of the course, UL and Van, and the crews from UCD and Shandon as well. So just coming up level to us here now in the final of the women's intermediate 4, coming up on the 350 metre mark. Centre of the course, University of Limerick, leading this from the crew beside them, NUIG, and the crew from Van. They're the 1, 2 and 3. Shandon and the UCD crew staying in touch. All the crews overlapping here, but the UL crew have a length lead. They've taken a length already through the first 500. They are leading from NUIG in second. Van now in 3rd place ahead of the UCD crew. They're the 1, 2, 3, 4, and it's the crew in lane 2, UCDA, that are currently in 4th place. Shandon staying in touch on the far side, and the 2nd UCD crew back in 6th place at the moment. Just going through the 500 metre mark. UL leading by a length from the crew from NUIG, who have a canvas lead over Van, who again have half a canvas lead over UCD, and the crews from Shandon and the 2nd UCD crew. UL continue to move away. They're opening up Clearwater now in the final of the women's intermediate 4. That UL crew successful across the board in a number of races, both in the men's and the women's. They are leading, and very little, there's probably half a canvas between the other crews from UCD, Van, NUIG, Shandon, and the 2nd UCD crew back in, it looks like Shandon and UCD moving back now into 5th and 6th position. But the UL crew are continuing to move away. They've now a length and a half and a squeeze from the UL crew. They're going again. Centre of the course in lane 4. This is the final of the women's intermediate 4, and it looks like UL are establishing a very dominant lead here. And it's the NUIG crew currently in 2nd place ahead of Van and UCDA. They're the 1, 2, 3, 4. Shandon in 5th. UCDB in 6th place. There's about coming up 900 gone. They're coming up on the 1,000 metre mark, and UL still moving away from the pack here. UL advancing that open water lead that they have. So centre of the course again, 1,000 metre mark now they're going through. It's UL, Clearwater lead, NUIG 2nd. Van and Shandon now into Shandon in 3rd place, and Van the lead, those positions for 3rd, 4th and 5th between Van, UCD and Shandon. changing as the crews are doing pushes going through the 1,000 metre mark. But still striding away out there in the lead in lane 4 is the University of Limerick. They're leading this women's intermediate 4. They've dominated from the start, from the 500 metre mark. They had taken a length lead and they've moved out now to a 3-length lead, ahead of the crew in lane 5 from NUIG, lane 6 Shandon, and in lane 3 the band crew. So it is University of Limerick for the win here. NUIG, band and Shandon, UCD, 2 UCD crews back in 5th and 6th place. The UL crew very much in control of this race, centre of the course, and none of the other 4s have been able to compete and stay with the UL crew after that initial burst from the 500 metre mark. NUIG winding it up and putting a push on here, and the crew from band, the stroke of band, just having a quick look over. They want to stay in touch here in the final here of the women's intermediate Cox 4. Championship of Ireland, University of Limerick again, they're moving on. They continue to push for the line as they come up to the 500 metre mark. Very little between NUIG, BAN and Shandon for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. And the 2 crews from UCD just a little bit further back in 5th and 6th. So there is going to be a very competitive race for 2nd, 3rd and 4th between NUIG, BAN and Shandon. But going through 500, our leaders from the start have been the University of Limerick, and they continue to move away from the rest of the pack. Getting ready to hand over, it's UL leading from NUIG, BAN and Shandon. They're the 1, 2, 3, 4 in the final of the women's intermediate 4.
Yes, and it's UL out ahead. Crews in this race from the far side of UCD-B, UCD-A in lane 2, BAN in lane 3, UL in lane 4, NUIG in lane 5 and Shandon in lane 6. But out ahead with a commanding lead, it's UL, University of Limerick from BAN. With NUIG looks like in 3rd position at this stage. But with a commanding lead coming into the finish in the final of the women's intermediate Cox 4s, which are the University of Limerick from BAN, from NUIG, with about a 2.5 length lead. It's University of Limerick striding away into the finish about 50 metres to go. They're not going to be caught here. It's University of Limerick from BAN, race on reserve position between NUIG and Shandon. But out, crossing the line just shortly, it's University College Limerick from BAN rowing club, from NUIG and Shandon. Next race up, it is the men's senior sculls. In lane 1, representing Clonmel, Dara Lynch. Lane 2, representing UCC, Paul O'Donovan. In lane 3, representing Skibbereen, Gary O'Donovan. In lane 4, representing Skibbereen, Jake McCarthy. In lane 5, representing Skibbereen, Finton McCarthy. And in lane 6, representing Commercial, David Neal. This will be a cracker race. the final of the men's senior scouts. Next race up.
Back here at the start, we're getting ready for our second last final of this morning's session. It's the final of the men's senior singles. A lot of our international athletes competing here. Lane 1, Sam Mel Lynch. Lane 2, Paula Donovan UCC. Lane 3, Gary O'Donovan Skibbereen. Lane 4, Jake McCarthy Skibbereen. Lane 5, Quentin McCarthy Skibbereen. And Commercial Neil in lane 6. So just doing the roll call here. And they're just about to get underway. Amy away. And just wait for them to come level with us. Just a reminder, it's the second last final of this morning's session. Men's senior single. After this we have the women's club single. But in the men's senior single, Sandell lane 1, UCC. O'Donovan lane 2, Skibbereen. O'Donovan in lane 3, Jake McCarthy, Skibbereen lane 4, Quentin McCarthy, Skibbereen lane 5, and Commercial Neil in lane 6. Just going through about 200 metres. They're just going level with us here now. I'll be able to see it is in lane 5, Quentin McCarthy leading from Jake McCarthy. They're the 1 and 2 coming through. They're about 400 metres down there. So in lane 5 it's Quentin McCarthy leading just by about a tenth over his brother Jake. They're the 1 and 2. And then a little bit further back it is Gary O'Donovan in third place. Larry Lynch in 4th here and Tom Ed lane number 1. And currently Paul O'Donovan in 6th place, the Commercial Sculler in 5th. But coming up at the 500 metre mark, it's McCarthy and McCarthy, they're the 1 and 2. Dara Lynch maybe in 3rd place, representing Clonmel in 3rd place, ahead of Paul O'Donovan and Gary O'Donovan. Neil Commercial now just losing touch with the first four. 5 scholars here as they go through 500. Jake McCarthy now has put on a push and he is leading. It's Jake McCarthy in lane 4, representing Skibbereen, side by side with Simpson. And they are matching each other stroke for stroke. And a little bit of a push on from Jake again. Jake leading here in lane 4, quick glance over, left and right, checking out the cruise. Dara Lynch now in 3rd place for the Clonmel Scholar in lane number 1. So this is the final of the men's senior scull. Gary O'Donovan currently in 4th place, leading his brother Paul. Skibbereen UCC. A quick look around from Paul O'Donovan, he's checking where the others are. So there's about 2 lengths separating 1st to 5th. And really nothing between the 2 McCarthy brothers. And Dara Lynch from Clonmel, they were putting on a push here. And Dara is moving in to challenge for 1st place in lane 1. And the 2 McCarthy brothers, both Paul and Gary, currently back in 4th and 5th. Gary just leading by about half a candle ahead of Paul. But very little between all 5 crews. Commercial Neil, a little bit of clear water, but back to him in 6th place. Push on here now from Jake McCarthy in lane 4. Taking with him his brother Vincent in lane 5 there, the 1 and 2. Just coming through the 1,000 metre mark. Dara Lynch still in contention here, just about half a canvas separating 1st, 2nd and 3rd. It is still the McCarthy brothers. Jake McCarthy leading slightly from Vincent. Dara Lynch in 3rd place. They're about a length ahead now of the O'Donovan brothers, just as I see Paul O'Donovan putting a push on here and now moving past Gary. So Paul O'Donovan moving from 5th into 4th place as they went through the 1,000-metre mark. Still very, very little between. There's 2 lengths separating 1st and 5th. And the 2 McCarthy brothers, Clinton and Jake, they're jockeying for that first position. And between Push and Buzz, there's very little between them. And Darren Lynch is still very much in contention here for Clonmel in lane 1. They'll be coming up with 2 750 to go. And there again, Gary and Paul was not a bit pushing each other on as well, and it's actually Gary who was just come back now on Paul and moved slightly ahead of him. Just by half a canvas. The nice push for Darren Lynch here. He's actually going for it now. It's Darren Lynch in lane 1. And let's see if the other crews are going to respond. There's about 600 metres to go in the final of the men's senior stud. And it is here in lane 1. Darren Lynch leading now, and out there in lane 5, Clinton McCarthy. They're the 1 and 2. Just barely a canvas. Darren Lynch is leading this, and he's actually moving a little bit further. He's going forward. And Darren Lynch is now in first place. Clinton McCarthy in 2nd, Jake McCarthy 3rd. All of them now moving into 4th place. Gary in 5th. Coming up to 500 metres and getting ready to hand over to you. It's still Darren Lynch leading this. In the final of the men's senior stud, lane 1, Darren Lynch from Clinton McCarthy in 2nd place. Jake McCarthy 3rd. Paul O'Donoghue in 4th. Gary O'Donoghue in 5th. Over to you as the finish for the final of the men's senior second.
So with 5 sellers on the line coming in, on the far side is Darren Lynch and Clonmel. Paul O'Donoghue from the ECT just beside him, Gary O'Donoghue right in the centre. Then you have Jake McCarthy and Clinton McCarthy on the near side, with commercial Neil Black well in Italy. But up ahead, it's the battle is on, looks to me, from Darren Lynch on the far side, Paul O'Donoghue just beside him in lane 2, and over on the near side here, Clinton McCarthy looks to be making a big push. So, at the moment still, it looks to me like Clinton McCarthy might be shading this at the moment from the, on the near side. On the far side, it's Darren Lynch and Clonmel, and Clinton McCarthy on the near side. Paul O'Donoghue bringing up Lorraine, putting on a big push there in the elbow, second from the far side. But Darren Lynch looks to be holding off coming into our finish. Darren Lynch from Paul O'Donoghue. Darren Lynch is still holding that lead. With a length in it, Clinton McCarthy on this side is driving ahead. But it's still Darren Lynch from Paul O'Donoghue coming up for the finish. Clinton McCarthy on the near side, running in. Darren Lynch is still holding that advantage, coming right up to the line. Darren Lynch from Paul O'Donoghue from Clinton McCarthy.
And the winner of that highly exciting 10th senior single race was Clonmel Lynch.
already raced previously this morning, and that'll be the last race of this morning's session, which was lunchtime race. The women's club single coming up shortly. All the crews are floating on the stables, just waiting for the roll call and the official start. We'll bring that to close out this morning. Selections of finals. We just saw the result coming through there in the senior single win there for Clonmel. And working the middle thousand into the last 100 that he moved into there and held on to it. So congratulations to from Clonmel in the men's senior single. Last race of this morning's session in the women's club single are underway and have gone through cleanly, gone through 150, 200 metres. And once again, we will have 6 votes here: Lord McGallagher, Queen's McCormick, Skipper McCarthy, UL Coffey, Mockross O'Sullivan, and Carrick Reynolds, $6. And centre of the course, UL Coffey, leading from Skipper McCarthy, there, the 1 and 2. A little bit further back then to the close from Queen's Mockross, Carrick and Lorden. We're up to about 300 metres now and we're drawing level, and it is opening up here with UL Coffey and Skibbereen McCarthy. They're the 1 and 2. Just about a length lead here for the sculler from UL in the final of the women's club. She's got just about 3/4 of the length. 3/4 of the length for UL Coffey, leading over Skibbereen McCarthy. They have clear water going through 500 metres. It's opened up clear water ahead of the scullers from Queens in 3rd place, Mockross in 4th, Carrick in 5th, and Florida in 6th. Going through 500 metres, this looks like Skibbereen and UL are the 1 and 2. And a little bit of a mistake, a boat stopper there from lane 6, Carrick, and she hit a boy. And she has missed out on a stroke or two, just getting back into her rhythm now, going through 500 metres, and she has moved back into 6th place. Out on front, in the women's club single, lane 4, Coffey UL, she's leading ahead of Skibbereen, and they are clear water then ahead. In 3rd place, it's McCormack from Queens in 3rd place, and the Mockross sculler in 4th. Lorden in 5th, and the crew, the sculler from Carrick back in 6th, just trying to recover now from that incident that she had, just losing a stroke or two, leading a boy going through the 500 metre mark. So last final of this morning's session. Looks like it's UL for the taking, because it's UL opening up now a clear water lead ahead of Skibbereen. So UL Coffey ahead of Skibbereen McCarthy, they're the 1 and 2. Very close then between Queens, McCormick and Mockross O'Sullivan for 3rd and 4th, and equally as close for 5th and 6th between Lorden and Carrick. But centre of the course, continuing to move away in lane 4, it is the sculler from UL. She has taken a lead going through the first few 100 metres and continues to push on here in lane 4. Clear water lead now over Skibbereen in lane 3. And as I said, a real tussle on here for 3rd and 4th and 5th and 6th, Queens and Mockross. Queens in lane 2, McCormick, Mockross O'Sullivan in lane 5. And the sculler then, Lorden Gallagher in 5th place, just ahead of Carrick, as they come up to the 1,000 metre mark. 1,000 metres just going through now. It's the UL sculler Coffey leading in the final of the women's club single. She's opened up a 4-length lead over Skibbereen McCarthy, they're the 1 and 2. And continuing side by side, very little between 3rd and 4th. between Queens and Muckross, and Killorglin and Carrick for 5th and 6th. This is our last final of this morning's session, the women's club single. It's UL's for the taking. She continues to move away, opening up even more of a clear water lead ahead of Skibbereen in 2nd place. Muckross now moving into 3rd ahead of Queens. So Muckross O'Sullivan in 3rd place. And let's see if she can get back into contention for 2nd place, challenging McCarthy from Skibbereen, who is currently holding on to that spot. Centre of the course in lane 4, UL, winner of the heat earlier on in the women's club single. It's UL Coffee, leading now by probably 5 lengths ahead of Skibbereen McCarthy. In 3rd place Muckross, 4th place Queens, 5th is Killorglin, and 6th is Carrick. 750 to go, and coming into view into the enclosure will be Coffee from UL, leading out this women's club single to close out the racing this morning. And again, perfect conditions here, very slight tailwind. Nothing that will affect the crews or favour any of the crews. Just a little steering warning for the Skibbereen sculler from the umpire. And the Muckross sculler might capitalise on that to move into 2nd place. But UL continue to move on. She's every stroke is just pushing out further and further in her lead in the final here. The Skibbereen sculler running into more issues, hitting a buoy here in 2nd place. But out there in lane 4, UL Coffee, she's leading out the women's club 4. 500 metre mark will be in sight for her shortly. And then they bunched up in the middle of the course here with Muckross, Skibbereen and Queens for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Muckross now challenging, Muckross O'Sullivan challenging Skibbereen McCarthy for 2nd place. Just going through 500, last race of the day, in the women's, last race of this morning in the women's club single, it is UL Coffee in lane 4, leading from, it looks now, Muckross to the 2nd place in lane 5, Skibbereen in 3rd place ahead of Queens, and then very little between the last 2 scullers between Killorglin and Carrick. Killorglin in 5th place, Carrick in 6th. As I hand over to you in the finish, women's club single, it's Coffee UL leading.
Yes, right in the centre of the line there, with a commanding lead, it's Coffee from UL. To her left, sorry, we're going from our side. You have Killorglin Gallagher, Queens, McCormick, Skibbereen McCarthy, UL Coffee in the centre. Just inside her left side there's Muckross O'Sullivan and Carrick round. But it's Coffee, the University of Limerick, who are having a great weekend, striding out ahead. Barring a disaster, she is well clear of the other crews. But Muckross is now putting in a push to get 2nd position on the near side. That's O'Sullivan Muckross in the yellow hat there, just outside. Just looks up past the Skibbereen sculler McCarthy, and the Queen's sculler just outside is McCormick. But it's out in front, Coffee from the University of Limerick, from Muckross O'Sullivan on the near side here, in the yellow hat. Skibbereen has a battle on her hands there, holding on the 3rd position from Queens. McCormick, but coming up towards the line, with about 10 strokes to go, it is Coffee from University of Limerick, about to cross the line any minute. Then it's Muckross O'Sullivan in 2nd place, Skibbereen McCarthy just to back up into 3rd place. That's the last race of the morning session.
When you're the first boat pushing across the lake and it's nice and calm, you feel like you're exploring unknown territory.
Being out on the water is, that's like the Garden of Eden. That's peace. That's somewhere where you leave your problems behind.
I have my own business and you're under pressure, but you step in the boat, push off the slip, everything is left behind you.
You don't have to be the strongest, but you can still win just by being really technically good, figuring out what the water is doing and what you need to do to make it work.
The easier it looks, the better it is, but at the same time, it takes a lot to make it look easy. It's a bit like an iceberg. They see the top bit, but there's a lot happening under the surface.
It's for all ages. I've seen 8-year-olds out rowing, I've seen 80-year-olds out rowing, so I think it's for everyone. And it doesn't have to be a big competitive sport that all you want to do is race. I mean, I'm a para rower, so I'm TA, which is trunk and arms. So when I'm rowing, I don't use my legs at all.
There are folks in every kind of community that take part, and it's a sport which brings people together. If you're sitting in a boat with somebody else from a different work environment or a different social environment, you're depending on them and they're depending on you.
I'm always in a single, but it's not really just me who does it. First, there's a team.
At the top level, there is an awful lot of pressure in this sport. You have to perform, especially if you've set your goals and vocalised them, you do need to perform. You know, that actually gave me the confidence to take a career in medicine, which is a tough career. We have tough bosses. I kind of felt coming from rowing, I'd always seen a tougher coach, so it didn't really bother me as much. It just gives you the confidence to go and do something, you know.
I've been able to associate my general approach to life with some of the skills that I've learned. I mean, planning, discipline, a belief in oneself, and especially when the chips are down and I've had some difficult situations, I've never given up on myself and I've never given up on where I hope to be.
I since went on into business after rowing, and still nothing was tougher than the 10 years of hard training I'd done as an oarsman. Nothing.
There's a lot of failure along the way. You learn from it, and it's the same in work. Not everything works perfectly, not everything goes to plan.
I was so lucky that I did get to race internationally and I got all the buzz of competition, which, you know, is really hard to live without actually now. I think it means a lot for people to row for Ireland, and people do support each other an awful lot.
Irish people can realise that they can be the best in the world, and we've a programme in place now with Rowing Ireland where we're going to try and achieve that. We have the ambition to do that, and we have a plan in place to do it as well.
It's been a difficult 16 months. We were ready. We were at the pinnacle of strength. We were prepared, and then everything changed. The restrictions are easing and training is back and as intense as ever. The wait is over. Now we are ready, ready to take on the world. All those long days, the dedication and years of sacrifice. Sport unites a country. And now we look forward to race, to do our family, clubs, supporters and Ireland proud. Come join us on our journey.
So welcome back to this afternoon's schedule to close out our 3 days of racing at the championships. This afternoon we're going to kick off racing with the men's junior 18 double sculls, 4 time trials over the 4 races with the fastest 6 crews advancing on to the final, and after that we will have the heats of the women's junior 18 coxless quads, 3 heats with 2 crews to qualify from each of the races. So crews just making their way up to the start now. And we'll check in just 10 minutes to the start of the next race at 1:30, the men's junior 18 double time trial 1. And we'll head up to the start shortly to get an update on conditions and to get some nice concrete from the staples. So just 5 minutes to go for the first race of the day, the time trials in the men's junior 18 double sculls. The crews are just about to get onto the stable, so we'll head up to Derry at the start and get an update on conditions. And the first start of the day, the men's junior 18 double time trial.
Thank you, Brian. Welcome along to the afternoon, the final session of, was an hour interlude between this session, Sunday afternoon here at the Rowing Championships. We're up at the start. This is probably the best conditions of the weekend now that we are experiencing. And we have the men's junior 18 doubles heats. We have 3 heats coming up now. First race in 5 minutes time, just been announced by the starter. We will have 3 races of 6 in each. This is a time trial, so basically out of all the 18 crews that come down one after the other, 6 in each race, top 6 go into the final later on this afternoon. So that's how it will work, and that race will be at 15:35. So looking at the time here, we've got about 4 minutes left now before the start, and this race, the lineup will be as follows. So in lane 1 on the far side of the enclosure, we've got Skibbereen B. Lane 2, Neptune Rowing Club from Dublin. Lane 3, Skibbereen C. Lane 4, Castleconnell Limerick B crew. Lane 5, Shandon C, rowing on the Marina in Cork. And lane 6, Athlone A. Athlone having a tremendous regatta. They've already bagged 2 championships this weekend, and with their new clubhouse just built and 2 championships now to take home this weekend, they are on a massive high down there in Athlone for sure. So well done to them. That's the lineup for the first time trial, as these crews now attach themselves to the starting blocks. And it's absolutely lovely up here. I wouldn't mind a little row myself, I have to say, but that'll have to wait. So no excuses for conditions, etc. As the crews now get a 3-minute roll call time. Now it doesn't have to be 3 minutes, it'll be roughly that, but we'll wait to see now as they all get ready here. So we'll have a little break and we'll come back to you now as soon as the orange light flashes and they come under starters orders, probably about 2 minutes time. So the first race of the afternoon now, which is a time trial, has just started. They're away cleanly, and the lineup again is Skibbereen B on the far station in lane 1, Neptune Rowing Club in lane 2, Skibbereen C in lane 3, Castleconnell B in lane 4, Shandon C lane 5, Athlone A in lane 6 on the near side. All crews overlapping through the first 100 metres. A slight bit of steering, which the umpire have to come in on and get a few crews to stay in their lanes, but it's all okay. Time trial, get down as fast as you can. So, very simple. Very simple, but indeed they have to, in some ways it's hard to know which some crews would prefer to be doing. But you could be out by 4 or 5 lengths and still not make the final, that's the problem. Or you could finish in the pack somewhere, 4th or 5th, and still make that A final. But out in front now on the near side in lane 6, leading the way here already by about 1.5 lengths, is, as I mentioned there, Athlone. Athlone having a tremendous weekend now, and they're double now, looking like one of the favourites already in this first time trial, certainly in this lineup. And they've got about 1.5 lengths on Skibbereen on the far side in lane 1, who have a 1.5 lengths, sorry, 0.5 length on Neptune in lane 2 beside them. So they're the top 3, and then just 0.5 length back then to lane 4, which is Castleconnell B, and another 0.5 length to Shandon C, and a length back to Skibbereen B. So that's it. And we look ahead here now, and through the first 500, we have Athlone absolutely on top in this race. Fastest crew by far through the first 700 metres. They lead by about 3.5 lengths from the crew on the far side, Skibbereen in lane 1, and Neptune beside them in lane 2, 0.5 length behind. They're the top 3 anyway in this time trial. But we've gone, we're on the early stages yet, 750 metres gone. About 1 length behind Neptune, 2 crews right beside each other in lane 4 and 5, Castleconnell B and Shandon C, and then 1.5 lengths back to the other Skibbereen boat, the B crew. Time trial. This is the kind of thing you do in training almost, where you're sent out and go make to be as fast as you can and see how you get on. Now the thing is, you've got to keep reminding yourself, you could be out there in front and you got to say, well, this might be good enough, I got to keep going. Or you could be in 2nd or 3rd, I got to keep going as fast as I can. You don't know what is coming down after you, speed-wise. Well, that top 6 positions for later on this afternoon in the junior 18 double sculls. Athlone now out to about 4 lengths. Looking good. Wouldn't it be amazing if they can do 3 championships this weekend, all at the junior 18 grade in the sculling? Let's see how that goes. But so far in this first time trial, they are showing their wares here, about 4 to 5 lengths out from Skibbereen in lane 1 on the far side, 0.5 length ahead of Neptune beside them in lane 2. They're the top 3 boats. And then it's a little bit of clear water back to the Shandon C crew, and then another length back to Castleconnell B, and a length back to the 2nd Skibbereen double. Nice boat to row this double sculls at junior 18. It's quick, it's fast, and if you can get it up and running, it's a lovely boat to race. And of course, our Olympians, this is the boat they rode in Tokyo, the lightweight double scull. McCarthy and O'Donovan, they won the Olympic gold medal in the lightweight version of this. So these guys now, some of these guys will be the future of Irish rowing. Some of them will go on and hopefully make it to international level and make a career out of it for a little bit. But here we go now. As we have gone through halfway, we'll watch it for another little bit here, but it's Athlone, 4 to 5 lengths, even more maybe, from Neptune and Skibbereen, who are having a good dogfight on the far side, lane 1 and 2, absolutely dead level. So they're 2 and 3 together. And then 1.5 lengths back to lane 5, Shandon C crew, and 1.5 lengths back then to lane 4, Castleconnell B, and 1 length back to the 2nd crew from Skibbereen in lane 3. So we leave that one now to follow on down again, looking for the fastest time they can get to make it through to the grand final later on this afternoon of men's junior 18 double sculls. Over to you, Brian, in the finish tower.
Coming close on the last 500 now, the crews in the first time trial, the men's junior 18 double scull. Skibbereen, Neptune, Skibbereen, Castleconnell, Shandon, Athlone. It's the Athlone crew, nearest the enclosure in lane number 6, leading this out. Very little then between the crews, but you can see the amount of clear waters out of there. Athlone, we already said, have won the men's junior scull, men's quad yesterday as well, so they're going for the triple in the sculling event. And this final taking place later on today after our afternoon break. But centre of the course, Leading there, in lane 6, it is the Athlone crew. Fresh from the win in the quad yesterday and the single scull on Friday in the torrential rain. A very exciting finish in the single scull. But here they are, Clearwater ahead in this time trial. So Athlone nearest to us, and then these crews from Shandon, Neptune and Skibbereen pushing each other along there in 2nd, 3rd and 4th, and the crews from Castleconnell and the other Skibbereen crew. But some fantastic double sculling on display here from Athlone as they continue to push for the line. Again, fastest times going through, fastest times from the 4-time trials. And that boat is just motoring along as it approaches the finish there. More than 100 metres ahead of the nearest competitor. So finish line in sight for the crew from Athlone in the 1st-time trial, men's junior 18 double. Just crossing the line there. And the crew from Neptune there leading in 2nd place ahead of Skibbereen and Shandon nearest to us. It's going to be Neptune coming up. And again, hopefully their times will be some of the fastest 6 that will allow them to move on to the final. So very exciting. There's Neptune coming in. Just very little between Skibbereen and Shandon. Just a glance over for the bowman and Shandon over at Skibbereen. Finish line just coming up there for the guys. And this is going to close out the 1st-time trial of the men's junior 18 double. The 2nd one is already on its way down to us. So we'll head back up and pick up time trial 2 of the men's junior 18 double.
Thank you, Brian. Yeah, we're back up here at about 600 metres from the start. As they approach us, all 6 crews, junior 18 double sculls time trial. In lane 1 on the far side, we have St. Michael's A crew from Limerick. In lane 2, Clonmel. All buzzing in Clonmel at the moment after winning the men's senior sculls. I think it's the first time since the 20s they've taken a senior title. So how will this junior double do here today? Coleraine Grammar School in lane 3 in the middle. In lane 4, Skibbereen A. In lane 5, Graiguenamanagh. It's good to see them in this. And in lane 6, New Ross, near neighbours of theirs. So they're in the near side. As they come through about 750 metres in lane 4 with the white caps on, Skibbereen and Clonmel. Here we are, Clonmel now out into the front of this by a half a length from Skibbereen, and the crew on the far side, St. Michael's, they're dead level. They're the top 3, and then it's a length back to the crew from New Ross on the near side, and then another length back to Athlone, Coleraine Grammar School, apologies, and then a considerable distance back then to Graiguenamanagh. So as we move along with this one, in lane 2 and in lane Clonmel and Skibbereen A, they're the 2 leading crews now, practically level. And then on the outside, St. Michael's and New Ross, practically level for 3rd and 4th, and then a length and a half back to Coleraine Grammar School. And then Graiguenamanagh following up in the rear. So as we watch this race, some good quality rowing from some of these crews now. That Skibbereen crew looking quite strong in lane 4 in the middle, and Clonmel in lane 2. Of course, when you're out in front there, you can dictate, but you've got to keep pushing all the way down the tracks here. Get that time to get through. Top 6 crews make it to the final. It does help when you're attached to another crew beside you. You can help each other, push each other along. Sometimes when you get out in front, you might back off a bit, and that doesn't help if you're in a heat that's not as fast. So it's really a matter of just rowing your own race here, your own time trial. But Skibbereen in the middle in lane 4 with the white caps and the white blades, looking quite strong, probably slightly ahead of the crew from Clonmel in lane 2, 1 from the far side, and then we have St. Michael's Limerick right out on the far side in 3rd position, and then about a length ahead on the crew on the near side in lane 6, New Ross, and a length and a half back to Coleraine Grammar School. So we watch it for another little bit. I love watching the double sculls, especially when they're moving along nicely, just dropping it in now. Lovely rowing from the first 2 crews there. So Clonmel are getting a bit of a ride with the guys from Skibbereen now, trying to stay with them. That will help them getting that fast time. So these 2 crews working off each other. We just watch it for another few more strokes, but it's Skibbereen in the middle with the white caps in lane 4, probably slightly ahead of the Clonmel crew. Skibbereen looking slick there from Clonmel, and then in 3rd position we have on the far side, St Michael's Limerick, and New Ross on the near side, followed by Coleraine Grammar School. Brian, I'll hand this one over to you in the tower. We'll head back up for the next time trial.
So just through the 500 metres to go in second time trial, the men's junior 18 double sculls. St Michael's in lane 1, Clonmel, lane 2, Coleraine in lane 3, Skibbereen in lane 4, Graignamana in lane 5, and New Ross in lane number 6. So Skibbereen centre the course in lane number 4. Leading along with the crews from Clonmel and St Michael's, they look like the 1, 2 and 3. It's coming down now to about 2:50 to go, some encouragement from the back in this second time trial, second of 4 time trials. And with the fact that 6 crews from the 4 races advancing on. So the crew from Clonmel now just picking it up and looking to put on a charge and punish this Skibbereen crew. St Michael's staying with them on the far side nearest to us. It is the crew from New Ross as well. Down to about 100 to go. And Clonmel, Skibbereen, they're the 1 and 2. And then New Ross and St Michael's backing it out for 3rd and 4th in the second time trial. Skibbereen rolling very nicely now, taking the right off Clonmel, pushing them all the time as they approach the finish. And their times will be combined from the previous race to find our overall fastest 6. But Skibbereen just about maybe a length lead over Clonmel, half a length lead over St Michael's. They're going to be the 1, 2 and 3 as they come up to the finish. Just crossing the line there, Skibbereen, Clonmel, St Michael's, New Ross, and the crews then from Coleraine and Graignamana just coming in. That's time trial 2 in the men's junior 18 double scull. And we'll head back up now for the 3rd time trial in the men's junior 18 doubles, which is just approaching 7:50. So we'll head back up and get an update from that race.
Yes, Brian, 7:50, 800, correct. That's where we are here, the 3rd time trial. And we have Commercial A on the far side in lane 1, Commercial A from Dublin. In Athlone B, probably the other 2 from the quad, successful quad, I would guess, in lane 2. In lane 3, St Michael's B crew from Limerick. In lane 4, Shandon B crew from the Marina in Cork. In lane 5, Castleconnell Limerick A crew. And lane 6 on the near side, Lee from the Marina again, B crew from Cork. So that's the 6 crews as they come up to 1,000 metres. And out in front, it's Athlone. It's the first in lane 2, leading the way by about a half a length from St Michael's in lane 3 beside them. And then it's a length back then to to Castleconnell A in lane 5. So we're just sorry, we have to watch our steering there for a little bit, but we're okay as we move up. Yeah. Now this is spread out a little bit, but Athlone and St Michael's over on the far side. Athlone B, St Michael's B, the 2 B crews are the first 2 crews here in this 3rd heat of the time trial with the men's junior 18 double sculls. Then in the middle lane we have the Castleconnell A crew about a length back. They're the first 3. Then it's a couple of lengths back to Lee B. So yeah, Castleconnell and Lee very similar in colours. That was where I was getting slightly thrown there for a little bit. But that's it now. Castleconnell leading Lee. And then it's a half a length back to the crew in lane 4, Shandon B crew, and then Commercial on the far station in lane 1. So that's the way it is. Well spread out here as we watch it now, just moving along with them nice and slowly. We'll just tip along now. And yes, Athlone B and St Michael's on the far side continue to lead with the Castleconnell crew in the middle there in Castleconnell in the middle there. All these red and black colours. Not as many this year, but when they do come out, the Castleconnells and the Offaly's and the Lees and a couple of others, they certainly are difficult to pick out. But anyway, that's the leading crews there, St Michael's and Athlone in 1, 2, followed by Castleconnell, then a couple of lengths back to Lee, and Shandon in the middle, and then Commercial. We'll head back up for the next time trial, and Brian will pick it up shortly now on the finish tower.
don't know about where this tower he's talking about, but I am up on the balcony and I can see the men's junior 18 double scull time 3 making its way down to us here in lane 1 commercial A, lane 2 Athlone B, lane 3 St Michael's B, lane 4 Shandon B, lane 5 Castleconnell and lane 6 Lee. Down into about 400 metres to go, and it is the crews from Athlone and St Michael's. They're the 1 and 2, Castleconnell and 3. In the third or fourth time trials, the times for the previous races already available online, and the times for these crews here will be added to it to find the fastest 6 overall. Looks like the St Michael's crew starts through the course there in lane number 3, just leading ahead of Athlone and the crew from Castleconnell as well. So St Michael's leading this time trial as they come down to the last 100-150. Nice run on the boat from the St Michael's crew as they wind up towards the finish line. It is St Michael's leading Athlone, Castleconnell in third, and then back to the crews from Lee, Shandon and Commercial. But a nice go here from the St Michael's double. Just over a length lead over Athlone as they approach the finish. So it's going to be St Michael's crossing the line first ahead of Athlone and Castleconnell. They're the 1, 2 and 3. Just crossing the line there, St Michael's, Athlone in second, Castleconnell just coming in third, and then the crews from Shandon, Lee and Commercial for 4th, 5th and 6th in this next time trial. So that's 3 of 4 time trials completed. So our 4th and last time trial of the men's junior 18 double scull underway. We'll head back up to the start for an update.
Thank you, Brian. Yes, well underway now. As they come down towards me here, we're at the 1,000 metre mark, and they're gone about 750 metres last time trial. And we have in lane 1 on the far side, Shannon Rowing Club from Limerick. Lane 2, Shandon A from Cork. Lane 3, Sligo Rowing Club. Lane 4, Lee A from the Marina in Cork. Lane 5, Bannon Rowing Club. Lane 6, Commercial B from Dublin. So that's on the near side. That's the 6 crews on this final time trial, trying to make it through to the final later on of the men's junior 18 double sculls at 15:35. We're just watching them come towards us now, and it looks to me like out the fastest crew so far down the tracks here is the crew from apologies there now. They come up to Shandon. Shandon over in lane 2 on the far side. They have about a length on 2 crews which are attached together then. The crew beside them, Sligo, and then we have Ban over in lane 5. So they're the first 3, then a length and a half back to Commercial B and Lee A, and then a couple of lengths back to Shannon on the far side. But as we just move along here, because the crew on the far side has fallen back considerably, we won't be able to go too far with this one, unfortunately, but it's a time trial, so you can see them coming down on the far side in lane 2. It's Shandon, and they have the lead of about a length then from the crew beside them, Sligo, and then over very close beside them, Ban Rowing Club in lane 5. They're the first 3, and then it's 2 lengths back to Lee A in lane 4, and another length back to Commercial B on the near side in lane 6. And as I said, Shannon then a considerable bit back then over on the far side in lane 1. So we watch this one move away, Brian. You have those positions now, and we really can't go any further with this one. So when you're ready, you can pick it up there as they're coming towards you.
So about 750 out in the 4th time trial of the men's junior 18 double. 6 fastest crews will move on to the final later on. After these double scull races, we have the heats of the women's junior 18 coxless quad. And there will be 2 6-boat races with 2 to qualify and 1 5-boat race, giving us the 6-boat final in the women's junior 18 quad. Coming into view now, passing the last 500 metre mark, it is that men's junior 18 double time trial 4. A lot closer for the crews here, between the crews from on the far side. Shandon, Sligo, Ban. Very little between these three doubles leading this up. So on the far side in lane 2, Shandon leading ahead of the crew from Ban in second place. Sligo in third. And then the Cathconnell Commercial and Shannon Cruz. So Shandon on the far side leading in the sports time trial of the men's junior 18 doubles. Some encouragement from the enclosure here. And the crew from Ban taking it up again now. So Span and Shandon, those two. Let's see if Sligo a slightly more tenacious rate from the Sligo double. And Lee putting in a strong finish here as well, putting a bit of pressure on the crew from Sligo. Down now to about over 100 metres to go, and Shandon and Ban, they're the 1 and 2, pushing all the time. Some very nice clean rowing from the Ban double nearest to us here. Shandon on the far side, still holding on to that lead. So it's Shandon, Ban, Sligo, Lee. They're the 1, 2, 3, 4 finish line inside. And as I said, those times will be added to the previous races. So Shandon just coming up to cross the line there ahead of the crew from Ban in second place. Sligo just coming in there in third. Lee in fourth, and then the Commercial and Shannon doubles. So the times will shortly be available on the results, and we'll be able to see our fastest 6 crews moving on to the final later on today. And next up is going to be the heats of the women's junior 18 quads, 3 heats, and we'll head up and get an update on the lineup for Heat A, the women's junior 18 quad.
Thank you, Brian. We are in plenty of time for this race, so I'll be doing well now to keep chatting away for the next 8 minutes before this race commences, but I'll talk a little bit anyway. Obviously we have the women's junior 18 quads, and it's always a fast and furious one as they're coming in now from the hold, and they'll be docking up soon to get on to the start. We've got 3 heats coming up now over the next 15 minutes. First one starts at 2 p.m, so we have another 8 minutes there, and they're not attached or anything yet, they're just coming over now. We got 6 boats now in this, and the lineup on the far station will be Carrick and Shannon B crew from County Leitrim. Then in lane 2, Colostic Noy to Jez from Galway, from the city, rowing out of there. And then Carrick and Shannon A crew, so 2 Carrick crews in this one in lane 3. Skibbereen from West Cork in lane 4, Galway Rowing Club from the city of Galway in lane 5, and New Ross Boat Club in lane 6 on the near side. New Ross, great stretch of water down there. Used to go down training years ago, and hopefully they're going to have a head of the river now this autumn, and it's a great place to row down the Barrow. It joins up with the Nore, and then you row into New Ross, and you get fed well afterwards after you come in. But yeah, hopefully if you want looking to go attend any of these events, New Ross is always hopefully to stay on the calendar. That's suffered a little bit in the last number of years. But anyway, New Ross got me thinking there as they line up and getting attached on lane 6 on the near side. The women's junior 18 quads, and they don't. There's no coxswain in this boat, so somebody will be steering it in the shoe. Generally, it'll be the girl in the stroke seat who'll have a good view back down the boys and keeping them straight as possible. Tricky one, and in some cases doesn't always work. Yesterday we had a bit of an incident where the girls from Ban got disqualified for going out of the lane and interfering, and that was sad, but there are rules there, and so they had to come off the course and restart without them. So hopefully we won't have anything like that now here, and they get away straight in all these 3. That's 18 crews coming down over the next 3 races of the girls' junior 18 quads. So we still have 5 minutes to go. So just looking back at all the championship wins so far this weekend, what a fantastic weekend it is for University of Limerick, and closely followed by University College Cork. They wouldn't, I'm guessing, I'm pretty sure that up there in the top of the table at the moment on numbers of wins, like 9, 10 each. And then it's quite a scattering of, which is good to see across all the other clubs and institutions. So that's wonderful to see. And let's see how these championship finals, where they go as we watch over the afternoon. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 8 finals now coming up between now and 4:15. But we've got to get through the heats of these women's junior 18 quads first before they go anywhere near the finals. So it'd be 3 to qualify. So, apologies, two boats to qualify. We have 3 heats of 6, well 5 in the last one, brother, and then only 2 boats will go through. So this will be pretty tough going now to be in the top 2 out of the 5. Very difficult to know. There's been so little racing going on over the season with all the madness out there with the pandemic, and some of these crews just won't know what the opposition is like. They won't have raced each other at all around the circuit as normally one would do. So they're all waiting now. There's a little. The starters decided not to go early, so even though they're all attached. We still have another 2.5 minutes before the start. Lovely up here, cloudy, which is great for the rowers. There's no sun shining in their eyes or glitter coming off the water. It's perfect conditions for rowing. This is absolutely ideal. I know there's no sun, but that dullness and calm is actually the perfect conditions, I believe, for rowing. So that's good. And so just for those of you who wouldn't have the same knowledge of rowing as others. So these girls have 2 oars each, sculling, as opposed to 1 oar, which is sweep rowing. So the 4 girls will have to be holding the 2 oars each. So you've got 8 oars going in and out at the same time, which is quite technically difficult, and to get the hang of it and do it right. So this is sculling, as I say, and you would have known the boys winning the gold medal in Tokyo in the lightweight doubles, and that's sculling, where they had the 2 oars each. So that's what they are doing, and it's a great boat. And interestingly, it's only in the last 20 odd years that the quad boat has become very popular. Back in the day, you wouldn't have seen one anywhere around Ireland, and now everybody seems to love getting out and rowing, and it's a safe boat to learn in, but very difficult to get up and running and get it going fast. So 2 minutes to the start. The orange light is flashing, which means they're getting putting them under tension, getting them under orders to go, and they do the roll call. The umpire up in the little platform behind them. Interestingly, this starting pontoon was used in the London Olympics in 2012, and then it was brought back from there. Rowing Ireland got it. And brought it back, purchased it, and it's a great little addition here now, and you can bring the platforms in and out, and all the bows are absolutely dead level as they line up here on the platforms to go. So everything absolutely fair, and it's great to see. So we're just about to go here, and it's nice to have that little time just to talk about a few things, and anybody who might be just a bit watching online here wondering what some of these races are about, etc. So girls junior 18s, the roll call has just started, and we're just about to start. So we're away for the first heat of the girls junior 18s quads. I'll give you the lineup again. Feels like a while since I gave it to you before. In lane 1 on the far side, Carrickrow and Shannon B, far side from the enclosure. In lane 2, Colossaig Noid Galway. In lane 3, Carrick and Shannon A. In lane 4, Skibbereen. In lane 5, Galway. And lane 6, New Ross. So this The umpire now, there's a bit of steering issues, like I mentioned. There's one girl in the front possibly who will be steering these boats. Going backwards, flat out, believe me, this is not easy. So it's hard enough to row as hard as you can, but it'll be
Can we have the coxswains of the UCD B and C crews for the senior age to weigh in, please? That's UCD B and C.
Difficult. But anyway, here we go. Through 100 metres as we now pick up with them on the bows. And out front on the far side is the B crew from Carrick and Shannon, but only about 3 feet ahead of the Carrick A crew. So Carrick in 1-2, but very early stages, and a half a canvas then back to Skibbereen, who were being warned for steering in the early stages. Hopefully that's all settled down now. And then on the near side, Galway Rowing Club. Sorry, they're in lane 5 on the near side. Now, just right on the inside is New Ross in 6th position. So that's the lineup now. Carrick A crew in the middle in lane 3 now, out front by about a third of a length. 2 to qualify. So it's very tight still now between the first 4. So Carrick A lead by about a half a length now from Carrick B at the far side in lane 1. And then over on the near side, Skibbereen and Galway. They're all practically dead level. Through the first 500, 4 crews now, half a length separating them. And then just drifting back a little bit is Kalash Dignoid by just losing about a length behind the rest of them and another length back to New Ross. So as we go through about 600 metres, Carrick and Shannon leading the way here in lane 3 only by about a quarter of a length from Galway Rowing Club in lane 5 on the near side, having a great weekend. 2 championships already, the women's 4s and pairs. Unfortunately, they didn't get the 8s out of Skillen Royal. Great for them, winning that. So, what about this one, Galway? Are you up for this one? So, on the near side, Galway only about a quarter of a length behind from Carrick A crew. They're the first 2, and then a half a length back to Skibbereen in lane 4. And then on the far side, Carrick B still doing well, half a length back again. And then a half a length back to Kalash Dignoid, who need to stay attached here if they want to get through or get into the hunt in the last bit. And then another length and a half back to New Ross on the near side in lane 6 to the enclosure. So that's it, no change yet. Carrick still leading, but only a half a length. They're not getting ahead of Galway Rowing Club. They're stuck to that half a length. And then Galway have a half a length in Skibbereen. These 3 crews have broken away now to clear water from Carrick B, Kalash Dignoid, New Ross. So we'll follow them now. Only 2 to get through, and at the moment Skibbereen are falling back a bit more. So it's Carrick A in lane 3, 2/3 of a length from Galway Rowing Club, over in lane 5, and then in lane 4, half a length, 2/3 of a length back to Skibbereen with the white blades. So, and then it's just a little bit of clear water to Kalash Dignoid and Carrick B. Carrick on Shannon, A crew, continue to lead. Half a length from Galway Rowing Club, and they're just trying now to move out and break that band on the Skibbereen crew. Skibbereen falling back a couple of inches every stroke from Galway. So they will need to keep, as he move into the second half now, only 2 to qualify. And at this point it's Carrick and Shannon A crew in lane 3 and Galway Rowing Club on the near side in lane 5. They're the qualifying positions at the moment. Skibbereen now doing the big massive push. Look at that. As we just try now and move up a bit more here because they're attacking Galway for that second position, and Galway trying to hold them off are coming back in on top of Carrick and Shannon. This could go back now. If Skibbereen keep that push up, this can turn into a nasty fight for the first 2 positions. But okay, Galway have responded very well now and pushed back. They've given it back to them 2/3 of a length again, and that was a really good response from Galway. Carrick and Shannon still holding that lead just about from Galway Rowing Club. So as we come along about 1,200 metres, we watch just for a little bit more, and Carrick still holding on, but looking a bit under strain. Galway looking easier, doing the motion looks easier from them. Skibbereen under strain. Galway looked the better of them all, and I reckon they're going to come up on that Carrick crew. It could be wrong, but let's see. 2 to qualify. Skibbereen have not given up, and they can still get back at this, but they need to hold on now. They need to hold on to them as we come towards about 1,400 metres. 2 to qualify for the final of the girls' Junior 18 quads later on this afternoon. We're following it for another little bit. Skibbereen are not getting back. I thought they were going to charge there 1 point. It could still happen, but they're a length off Galway in second position for that last qualifying position. Carrick still continue to lead a little bit. Hard to know now as you fall back, and we'll watch it for another 10 strokes. It's Carrick and Shannon leading from Galway Rowing Club, and then a length back again, the length between those, and another length back to Skibbereen, who are attacking again. So you can see this unfold. Can Skibbereen attack and make that second qualifying position? Then in fourth position, Colostic Noid, followed by Carrick and Shannon B, followed by New Ross. Brian, I'll hand over to you now to take it home.
So just 2 crews to qualify here into advancing into the final of the women's junior 18 quad. 2 out of the 6 crews, so the big ask of the crews to get first or second out of the 2 to move on. Centre of the course. The crews there from Carrick leading the way ahead nearest to us. The crew from Galway staying in touch, so they're the 1 and 2 at the moment. Skibbereen trying to put pressure on to get into those qualifying spots. Down to about 100, 150 to go. It's still Carrick and Galway, they're the 1 and 2. Skibbereen in third, and then the crew from Carrick lost at Noid, and the crew from New Ross. So still moving away. Very nice rowing here from the crew from Carrick, their A crew. Great to see them with 2 crews in this event. Finish line now coming up in sight. They've got about a 2.5, 3 lead over the crew from Galway. Galway just a 1 length lead over Skibbereen, and they look like they've done enough to take the first 2 qualifying spots. Last 2 strokes now for the crew from Carrick. Carrick H is coming across the line, and it is the Galway crew who are going to come in to take second place. They're the 2 qualifying crews. And then we have the crew from Skibbereen in third place. Gloucester just coming in to take fourth, ahead of the B crew from Carrick and the crew from New Ross. So Carrick and Galway, they're the 1 and 2 moving on in Heat A, Heat B, between Shandon, CRCC, Shannon, Captain Connell, Workman's, and Lee, already on its way down to us now. And we're going to head back up to the start and pick up Heat B in the women's junior quads.
Thank you, Brian. So we have Heat B, as mentioned, and it's the women's junior 18 quads. Shandon in lane 1 on the far side. I'll have to get help from Joe here beside me on the CRCC, Colossia Raw Vehicle, we call them for the minute. I'll get it right for the next time. Apologies, McCorrick in lane 2. And then in lane 3, Shannon Rowing Club. In lane 4, Castleconnell B. Lane 5, Workman's B. Good to see them there. And lane 6, Lee B. From Cork. So that's the 6 crews as they approach us here at about 900 metres from the start. So they're well and truly on the way here. Looking at it here now, as they come towards me, Shannon Rowing Club leading this one. Shannon, who won the men's junior 19-8 yesterday, which was a great win for them. I'm delighted to hear that. But lane 3, Shannon Rowing Club leading this one. They have about 2 lengths of clear water from the crew on the far side in lane 1, which is Shandon. And then they have about half a length to 2/3 a length on Colossia Raw Vehicle, who are dead level with Castleconnell B. Sorry, Lee, here we have that problem again with the red and black. So on the near side, Lee B are in 4th position. And then in 5th position in the middle in lane 4, we have Castleconnell B, and then a half a length back to Workman's B. So that's the positions, well spread out, 2 to qualify. At the moment, it's Shannon leading the way by 3 to 4 lengths from the crew in lane 1, Shandon. And they're the leading 2 now, Clearwater again, then back to Colossia Raw Vehicle. And a half a length then to the crew in lane 6 on the near side, Lee B. So we watch that for the moment. But Shannon Rowing Club, the famous rowing club, I mentioned them yesterday. Fantastic building there on the bridge. Is it Sarsfield Bridge? You'll have to tell me if I'm wrong again. I think it is, yeah. Yes. But Shannon, of course, trying desperately to build a new roof. And I was So somebody was trying to sell me a slate there, or get me to buy a slate. So we want to see Shannon Rowing Club get that beautiful boathouse back into mint condition again. So I think they're selling slates, so get on in there and look up and see what you can do for them. But Shannon girls here doing very well as they lead the way down here in lane 3 in this second heat of the girls junior 18 quads. 2 to qualify. They dictating this race for sure. And then out in lane 1, but looking a little bit under pressure as Shandon have that second position, but doing okay. They have the clear water on Colostra Roveta in beside them in lane 2. They have a bit of clear water, so they're okay. They're doing well as we approach about 1,350 metres gone. Heat 2, Women's Junior 18 quads, 2 to qualify for the final. Shannon Rowing Club now looking very confident as we watch them row away from us, coming up to 1,500 metres. Second position then, it's Shandon on the far station with the sky blue blades, and they're the 2 qualifying positions at the moment with another length, a little bit of clear water back to Colostra Roveta in lane 2, and then just under a length back to the near station, Lee B, and then a half a length back to Castle Connolly. So Lee B leading Castle Connolly in those red and white colours, just to get that one, and then a couple of lengths back to Workman. So to about 1,600 metres, Brian. I'll let you take this one over to the finish from the tower.
Second heat of the Women's Junior 18 quads, just on its way down now, and in control of this race is the crew from Shannon, centre of the course in lane number 3, leading ahead of Shandon on the far side. They're the 1 and 2, very little then for the other positions, but just 2 crews to move on from the final here into the final. So it's Shannon, open water lead here, very nice rowing from the Shannon quad, making amends for 2 of these scullers, unfortunately turned over in their double scull race yesterday, so it's great to see them back here and dominating the race in the second heat of the Women's Junior 18 quad. So clear order lead for the Shannon quad, coming down to about 100 to go ahead of Shandon, and then the crews from Lee, Workman's, Castle Connell and CRCC, but it's a Shannon crew there just coming out. Last few strokes for these guys, 2 crews to qualify, moving on to that 6-boat final. So a lovely display of sculling from the Shannon quad, nice and long, powerful strokes, and that will be a good race to get under the belt for the Shannon crew, just crossing the line there, and the Shandon crew on the far side coming in to take that second spot. They're the 1 and 2 qualifying, and nearest to us Lee, CRC and Castle Connell, battling it out there for 3rd, 4th and 5th. So Shandon and Galway, they're the 2 qualifying crews, along with our crews from Carrick and Galway from the previous heat. They're the 4 qualifiers so far. And already underway is Heat C of the Women's Junior 18 quad, the 3rd and final heat, and we'll head up to the start to get an update now.
Thank you, Brian. Yeah, as they come down towards us, they have gone about 750 metres, and we have Castle Connolly in lane 2. Lane 1 is empty on the far side. Castle Connolly in lane 2. Lane 3 we have Carlow. Lane 4 Ban Rowing Club. Lane 5 Lee A, and lane 6 Cork Boat Club. And as they approach about 850 metres, it's Ban Rowing Club now who have moved out in the middle there, in lane 4, right in the middle of course. They lead the way here, looking at them approach us, and Lee A then holding that second position. So they're the 1, 2, and then it's a bit of clear, so they're about a length behind Ban, and then a little bit of clear water back to the crew on the near side, Cork Boat Club, who were level with Carlow in the middle in lane 3, and then another length and a half back to Castle Connolly. So well spread out here. We'll tootle along here now and polish for a little bit. But this is the Women's Junior 18 quads. Ban looking quite comfortable there now, but they've got to get that. 2 to qualify. So these two crews now well in control and able to dictate this race, what they have to do. So Ban Rowing Club from Lee A, they're the 1-2. Ban have about a length on Lee A, and then there's about 2.5 lengths back to the two crews in third position who are practically dead level, Carlow and Cork Boat Club. And then about another length, two lengths back to the crew on the far side in lane 2, Castle Connolly. So well spread out here. All crews have clear water between each other, all five. There's nobody overlapping as far as I can see. But Ban A continue to lead. In the red with the white sash, the red, predominantly red blades. So good Ban crew as they travel on down this course. So rowing very well indeed, Ban. Just looking at them here now, and they're rating 33. So you know that's in control for sure. There's no pressure there, and the same with the crew beside them, Lee A. So both crews are 33 in control of this first two positions. We'll get to the final later on. So it looks like Carlow now and Cork are going to, you know, it's very difficult to see them come back on these two crews as we approach 1,400 metres. And then the crew on the far side, Castle Connolly, a couple of lengths back again. So that's it as we approach 1,500 metres. Ban and Cork travelling along at 33 strokes per minute, 32 even, and Ban, I must say, looking quite good indeed. Now we'll watch out for them in the final and see how they do. From the crew beside them, Lee A, as they go through 1,500 metres, Brian, that's the 1-2, and they are in the qualifying positions. It looks like Carlow, as I mentioned earlier, and Cork Boat Club are going to run out of water, and they're not making any impact there at the moment. Over to you, Brian, in the finish tower.
So just getting ready to close out. Heat C of the women's junior 18 quad. This will be the third and final heat. After this, we're going to have a para race, and then be a break before we move into the finals for the remainder of the day. 2 spots still up for grabs in the women's junior 18 quads, and it is the crew from Ban in lane 3. Leading this in the centre of the course beside them, the crew from Lee, they're the 1 and 2, and it looks like they're going to be the 2 qualifying crews to move on to the final, along with the crews from Carrick and Galway, Shannon and Shannon from the previous one. So centre of the course, really nice rowing. Both these leading quads in control here, so not under too much pressure. Just nice to wake up the bodies and get a good, solid heat race out of the way before the final later on. So Ban rowing very nicely here, and in second place, the crew from Lee, they're the 1 and 2. Down now to the last few strokes for both of these crews. And in the third place, Carlow ahead of Cork and the other Lee crew, but it is going to be Ban coming in here ahead of Lee A. So just crossing the line and qualifying Ban, and the crew from Lee taking that second qualifying spot. Carlow just coming in there to take third. And then the 2 remaining crews to close out the women's junior 18 quads. It is Cork just coming up ahead of the crew from Castleconnell, sorry. There we go, that closes that out. Last race of this session is going to be a para race between Galway O'Brien and Galway McGowan. And after that we're into the finals, but there will be a break, and our first final of the afternoon session will be at 3:15. So we're going to check in now with the para race that is taking place. 2 scullers from Galway, O'Brien and McGowan. McGowan with a 2.5 minute lead time against club competitor from Galway, O'Brien, so we're going to head up and just get an update on how that race is going. This is the last race of the first session before we move into the finals later on. So just going to go up and check on that para race, Galway versus Galway.
Yes, thank you, Brian. The PR2 para race, so it's a two-bull race, and it's, as you mentioned, Stephen McGowan has a 2.5-minute advantage off the start. So Stephen, who only took up rowing at the beginning of the year, he was talent spotted, and he has taken to it now very well. And so Stephen from Roscommon, Balladreen, so we give them a mention. Stephen, so it's the PR2 classification, and he's got that 2.5-minute start on Katie O'Brien. Katie, of course, a bronze medalist from the World Championships in Linz, Austria in 2019, and they only have double scull events in the Olympics for the PR2. So Katie desperately trying, hopefully, to find a partner with the PR2 classification for Paris in 2024. So as we come down the course here now, I can see Stephen, who had that lead, but Katie eating up, chasing him, hunting him down, and we'll see how this one develops. Wouldn't it be great now if it's close coming towards the finish? But it's great to see the para rowers out here, and hopefully it will develop, and it is an Olympic sport, and there are events for it, and be supported, and of course Rowing Ireland do support it and are trying to desperately to get more people involved and get them in and talent spot them. So this is a trunks and arms only event, so they don't use the sliding seat, and I tell you what, now looking at Stephen, who I spoke with earlier today, a lovely guy, up Roscommon, he told me to say, so he's very, very loyal to his county, and as he comes down the tracks here over in lane 4, I can see Katie O'Brien coming at him like a train. We've gone about 1,200 metres now, and Katie is charging down with the Galway Rowing Club colours on her. After him, of course, Galway, are they going to get another win here today, having won the girls' junior pairs and fours yesterday and Friday? Katie is just charging after him here now as we watch them come down. So great race going on. Katie, of course, who comes from an equestrian background, was talent ID'd, and she was told, you know what, you have the engine there for rowing, why don't you have a go at this? And she's taken to it like a duck to water and loves it. And of course, she has that bronze medal, which is a fantastic achievement. And I'd say she's probably about 5 lengths off Stephen now, having started the 2.5 minutes behind him. So she's moving along nicely here in lane 3 on the far side. Stephen's in the middle of the black boat in lane 4. So please just follow them down now, and I want you to give them a big shout out when they come towards the finish line. These two brave scullers, our para rowers here down in Inniscarra at the Irish Championships. So Katie on the far side in the white boat, she's probably 2 lengths off him now. I'd say she's probably getting very tired because she will have worked very, very hard to catch up with Stephen McGowan, and so she will tire now, having eaten up all that time. She's back to about 2 lengths now as we approach the last 500. So Katie's looked over now, she can see him there, so she might just slow it down a little bit and conserve a bit of energy for the run-in, because she will have worked desperately hard to get up beside him. But fair play to Stephen, he's made a race of it to the 1500, their dead level, so over the last 500 as Katie moves out in front now, so well done to her. She's showing the experience, of course, and as Stephen going through his novice category this year, and will develop, and no doubt, keep an eye on his name now, Stephen McGowan from Balladreen, County Roscommon. I don't know if there's any rowing rivers in Roscommon. No, I don't believe so. It's amazing how some counties just don't have any decent rivers to be able to. We love to have rowing clubs in every county in Ireland, but there's some places there's just no rowing at all. Anyway, so Stephen is rowing out of Galway, and as Katie moves ahead, Katie's now into a couple of lengths lead now as we approach about 250 metres to go. So all of you watching this race, our power rowers are bravely coming down the course here now as they come into view, and Brian from the tower will take it home.
So just one more race here to close out the early session, and it's our first final of the day, the final of the PR2 single sculls. Great information there from Spuddy, from our two scullers on the way down, both rowing out of Galway, so Kate O'Brien and Stephen McGowan. And as I said, Kate had to make up a 2.5 minute lead time in this race ahead of Sean and Stephen, and Stephen's first year of rowing, so great to see him competing at the championships here. And the PR2 category, just arms and trunks, so they're not using their legs, as you can see looking out onto the two scullers. It's just the upper bodies that are being used. And you can see Stephen making use of a Raptor support as well, so with the balance. But a great win here, but it's going to be Kate O'Brien from Galway, doing so well to eat up into that 2.5 minute advantage that she had to make up on Stephen. Last few strokes, and this is going to be our first final of this afternoon session, the final of the PR2 single. So huge round of applause please for Kate as she comes up towards the finish, just crossing the line there. Really well done, and fantastic to see Stephen McGowan, first year of rowing in these events and getting to compete at the championships. And it would be great to see even more competitors from the power racing taking part. So full 2,000 metre course. I had trouble doing it in the launch, not to mind row it, so it's great to see so many competitors out here. Stephen just coming in, and we'll feel the warmth from the crews there. Huge round of applause for Stephen. Great race there in the PR2 single to close out the early afternoon's racing. That was our first final, and we'll be back at 3:15 with the men's senior eights, and we'll check in with you then and give you the starting lineup for the crews. So back with you at 3:15.
It's been a difficult 16 months. We were ready. We were at the pinnacle of strength. We were prepared, and then everything changed. The restrictions are easing and training is back and as intense as ever. The wait is over. Now we are ready, ready to take on the world. All those long days, the dedication and years of sacrifice.
Would John Armstrong please come to presentation 10 please? John Armstrong to presentation 10 please.
Sport unites a country. And now we look forward to race, to do our family, clubs, supporters and Ireland proud. Come join us on our journey.
everyone to the last section of competitions to close out 3 days of racing here. We've seen all spectrums of weather from the horrendous on Friday, basking in sunshine yesterday, and nicely cooled down for the last few races of today. All finals starting off in 10 minutes time with the final of the men's senior 8. A 5-boat final between UCD A, UCD C, Shandon UCC Composite Crew, UCD B, and Cork. And after that, we're going to have the finals of the men's junior 19 double, men's junior 18 double, men's intermediate 4, women's junior 18 quad, women's junior 19 quad, and closing out the races for today in the women's senior 8. So that first race is going to be the men's senior 8, just under 10 minutes time, and we'll shortly get up to the start to get some updates on how the racing is panning out.
Jerry, just getting ready here. I'm going to give you an introduction.
Okay, Brian, yeah, they're gradually coming over onto the blocks now. There was an 8-minute call, about 3 minutes to go, so we're...
So the crews are just getting ready to kickstart the next race, which is the men's senior 8, our first final of this afternoon's session. And the crews are just getting on the stake boats. Now we're going to head up to the start to get an update there.
Thank you, Brian. So, immaculate conditions here, absolutely flat calm for the men's senior 8 final coming up now very shortly in less than 5 minutes. We have 5 crews. Lane 1 on the far side is empty from the enclosure. Lane 2 we have the UCD Boat Club A crew. Lane 3 UCD Boat Club C crew. Then in lane 4 we have the composite Shandon University College Cork Rowing Club. And lane 5 UCD Boat Club Dublin B crew. And in lane 6 on the near side Cork Boat Club. So we have 5 crews. As I said, lane 1 on the far station is empty. So the next 5 lanes are filled. And still waiting for the crews to get attached here. Cork Boat Club will be the last ones to hook up as they get into position to back down onto the starting blocks as the starter announces at 4 minutes to the start of them. Actually, you just see there now the composite Shandon UCC are just coming in under the bridge to come in. They're the last crew. So we've got 3 UCD crews, and there was a bit of a roar for college there as they all working together, getting ready, and it's a tense moment indeed, as it is for all the finals that are coming up here now this afternoon. We have 7 finals for you between now and 4:15. I know there's a big hurling match on as well, but we get this, and hopefully you'll be able to switch between the two or whatever way you want to do it. And you'll certainly get the second half of the match when these races are all over. So with men's senior 8s, as I say now, as they get attached, always a big one. We've got the women's senior 8s, final race of the day too, to come up to look forward to, along with men's junior 19 and 18 doubles, men's intermediate Cox 4s, women's junior 18 quads, and junior 19 quads women. Anyway, let's concentrate on this one. Always a big one. And as we wait for the final crew to back up the composite Shandon UCC as they back up onto the blocks. So who will win this one now? It's interesting. I suppose favourites, you've got UCD Boat Club and Shandon Composite. They'd be probably, in my view, the 2 forerunners. Cork Boat Club with 6 of the intermediate champions from yesterday. And then obviously the 2 other UCD Boat Clubs. We'll just assume they're not as fast as the A crew. So I'm guessing UCD and the Shandon Composite and Cork. But let's see how, not in any order now, just I'm saying that they will be the favourites to push out into the front as we move it down the tracks here later in about 2 minutes time. So, 2-minute call. And I'm sure all of you watching online, all you college supporters, Shandon, UCC, Cork, are all a little tense and nervous. And why wouldn't you be? This is always a big one. So as the crews get aligned, we hope to give you a good account of this race, and of course you're watching it online as well, and that's fantastic to see, and hopefully the pictures will be beamed across to you, and you'll be able to get a reasonably good picture, clear picture of it all. So anyway, I'm a little nervous myself. I suppose that's good. Many fond memories of racing in this event myself over the years, and I know what these guys are going through now as they bring the seat up to 3/4 slides or half slides, wherever they go at. Wet the hands, adjust the sunglasses, the peak cap, double check, or maybe triple check that your gate is closed tightly. Stretch it, make sure they're tight. Here we go. Just ready now. The roll call is about to be commenced now. Right, we're underway. Off they go. All 6 crews away. We've got 2 end packers on the far side in yellow, and then the rest of them look like Felipe's right across to the enclosure. UCD and the end packer on the far station in lane 2, probably out to a canvas straight away from the rest of them as we come up now and get going with them. But this is all big anaerobic stuff as they drive the legs down, all 6 crews. So showing in front straight away is UCD on the far station, the A crew. They've taken a quarter of a length already on the composite crew in lane 3. That's the Shandon UCC composite crew. So here we go, UCD definitely showing their form straight away as they move out to half a length on the composite crew. The composite crew now beginning to stretch out, and they're not going any further. The composite crew now a half a length behind UCD. That's the 1-2. As we look then, over on the far side, Cork Boat Club just nudging into 3rd position, a half a length back again, and then the second UCD boat about a 1/3 of a length behind them, and then the C crew holding up 5th place from UCD. But it's UCD now trying to get it, just come up to still a 1/3 of a length. We're at the 500 metres already, and these guys are motoring along. UCD have a 1/3 of a length of the composite. So we watch UCD through the first 500 as they lead. Stroke rate is 38.5 as they push through the first 500 from the composite crew. The composite crew now in the middle there as they come through at 40 still. So they're still rating higher. UCD looking stretched out into that middle aerobic stuff at 37.5 strokes per minute from the composite. By about, not getting any more, it's about 3 men on the composite. And then Cork doing very well on the near side, about a 1/3 of a length back again. They're the 1, 2, 3, and the other two UCD boats have fallen back. So we watch these 3, but it's UCD now. They have taken a half a length. They've taken another man on the composite. As we just watch them riding along here, I've got the best view, I have to say, and I'm so delighted that I'm up here today trying to bring you this coverage. UCD now out to 2/3 of a length from the composite. They're moving inch by inch away, looking for that length of water and even clear water. So let's see what happens here. They have a length on the composite now. UCD Boat Club from Dublin, train on the Liffey in Dublin. They have about 2 feet of clear water. All of a sudden they just jumped it on the composite. And Cork Boat Club are only a canvas behind the composite in 3rd position. They're the 1, 2, 3. And as we watch UCD now out to clear water, see they have a good bit to go, but we're through halfway already. This is incredible stuff. They're just flying down here now. Be interesting to see what the times are. We've gone through 1,000 metres. UCD, as we follow them up here, UCD now out to just about a length. They're not going any more though. They've got that couple of feet of clear water from the composite, and in fact, Cork Boat Club have moved up into 2nd now. So the composite are falling back. Their big threat seems to be fading here now as we move into 12:50. Cork Boat Club are about a length off the UCD Boat Club and going very well on the near side, I have to say. So will they attack this UCD Boat Club crew? Look at UCD going really well now. I must say they are rowing very well here. Absolutely now. They're out to about a 1/3 of a length of clear water. This is good rowing. This is what you have to do to win a men's Senior A Championship of Ireland 2021. UCD, such a long, big history of rowing here in Ireland. In lane 2 on the far side. Will UCD take this title back home to Dublin later on? In about 2.5 minutes we know the answer to that. But looking at them here, they're looking really good now. They're out to about nearly 2/3 of a length of clear water at 36. They've got another kick or two there if they need it. As they move along through 1,300 metres. University College Cork leading now. They are out to a length of clear water from Cork Boat Club. This is looking really good. I would put my money on UCD at this point, but let's see what happens now as they approach 1,500 metres. We're riding along with them now. We follow it for another little bit here. UCD continue to lead. Cork Boat Club are outright leaders now in 2nd position, a half a length from the composite group, Shandon UCC. But it's UCD. UCD, will they take the big pop back to Island Bridge later on? Will Martin Feely, their coach, be jumping into the air in about a minute and a half time? What will happen here now? I'm watching them here now. They are rowing really well. They're sniffing victory. We'll watch them for another little bit. UCD, look at them go. They're absolutely on fire here. Up to 38 now. They've got a length of Clearwater and Cork Boat Club with a length on the composite. UCD, University College Dublin. What a great row they have had. They are going to absolutely take this one, believe me. Brian, I'm going to hand it over to you to take them home.
Big Spuddy likes UCD. Men's senior 8 final down now to the last 150 metres. UCD in lane number 2 on the far side. Cork opened up nearest to us. Winners of the men's intermediate 8 yesterday, the Composite Crew, UCC and Shandon in third. Down now to less than 100 metres. And it's still the UCD crew on the far side. Cork nearest to us, pushing all the time, trying to come back at the UCD crew. Have they done enough over the first half of this race, opening up a Clearwater lead? Cork opened up, coming back at them at every stroke of the final of the men's senior 8, but it does look like it's the UCD crew on the far side, just with over 1 length lead over Cork. Again, a lead over 1 length, the Composite Crew, but it's going to be UCD crossing the line. Just taking the win there in the men's senior 8, yet again, dominant display of rowing from the UCD crew. Cork opened up crossing in second, the Composite Crew of Shandon and UCC in third. And the other UCD crews just coming in now to take 4th and 5th in the final of the men's senior race. Congratulations to you, UCD. Fantastic race there. And Jerry's going to make his way back up to the next race, taking off shortly, which is going to be the men's junior 19 double between Lee Commercial, Skibbereen and Castleconnell. So we'll check in on the start shortly and get an update on the next race, the men's junior 19 double.
Steve, go for the next one, the men's junior 19 double over.
They have started.
So after that men's senior age race, we've got another one on the course now, and after that tremendous race, the men's senior age, we've got the junior men's 19, the one-off event, age grade because of the COVID and the pandemic. This is a once-off here for junior 19 men and women. So we have 4 boats in this. We've got Lee in lane 2, Commercial Rowing Club Dublin lane 3, Skibbereen Rowing Club Cork in lane 4, Castleconnell Limerick in lane 5. 4 boats, final of the men's junior 19 doubles, and the race has started, and they're just coming up to 400 metres gone, and looking across the course you can see that Skibbereen are out to about a 2-length lead through the first 500 metres in lane 4 on the near side. In second position then, in lane 2, we've got Lee Rowing Club, and they're a half a length ahead of Commercial Rowing Club in lane 3, and then a couple of lengths back to the Castleconnell crew. But Skibbereen have jumped out here through the first 500 to about 2 lengths of clear water on Lee and Commercial in joint second. So Skibbereen now looking very good here as they move down the course, rating 37.5 strokes per minute, and stretching out now with the familiar white blades and white caps on them. So as we follow them down, Commercial and Lee are battling it out here for second position, and they might, I don't know, it's early days, but the two of them might haul each other back into contention. But Skibbereen are dictating this race as Lee Rowing Club on the far side rating 37.5, and Commercial then on the inside of them rating 35, falling to half a length behind the Lee crew. They're the 1, 2, 3, but no doubt it's Skibbereen now looking the more polished crew of them all, just rowing away very well indeed. Nice sculling from them. I have to say, just that style of getting the blade locked in and then just driving it. It's nice to look at. Very easy on the eye. So they're out to about 3 lengths now on the second crew on the far side in lane 2, Lee Rowing Club, and then on their inside Commercial a half a length behind from Dublin in lane 3. So that's the 1, 2, 3. So we're coming up to halfway. Skibbereen continue to lead this men's junior 19 double sculls final. So what a glorious afternoon for the finals, these final few races of the championships, the Irish Championships 2021. So after this race we're going to have the men's junior 18 doubles final, and that should be a good race following down after this one. So these guys who missed out on a championship last year because of no championships because of COVID have the opportunity to be an Irish junior champion with these junior 19 grades for this 1 year only. Hopefully we won't have to have them again. So as we watch them through about 12:50, Skibbereen continue to lead by 2.5 lengths from Lee on the far station, who lead Commercial in third position in lane 3 by a length. That's the 1, 2, 3. Castleconnell in fourth position. So as they come further down, and for those of you watching online, hopefully you're picking this up now nicely, and the drone is above and showing you the spectacular view of Inniscarra Lake at its finest, nice and calm, behaving very well this afternoon. The rain has held off, so that's all good news indeed. So we're coming up to 1,400 metres gone. Men's junior 19 double sculls. It's Skibbereen looking very well for a championship, another championship. Skibbereen outright on top of the list of the most number of championship wins. And this is another one they're going to add to it now. I think it's their third one this weekend at this year's championships. Correct me if I'm wrong. But that'll add nicely to the total. But they've gone through 1,500 metres. They're about 4 lengths ahead now of the lead crew, who are outright second and 2 lengths ahead of Commercial. Through 1,600 metres, Skibbereen lead the way home here through 1,650 metres, 1,700 metres in the men's junior 19 double sculls. As they push on home towards the line, they probably have about another 35, 40 strokes to go here, and it's theirs to take, the men's junior 19 double. Skibbereen leading from Lee on the far side, from Commercial on their inside. I'll hand it over to you, Brian, in the finish tower.
Thank you, Jerry. And as he mentioned, these Junior 19 races are the crews that didn't get to compete in last year's championship, so these once-off events at the championships for Junior 19s. Straight final here between the crews from Lee, Commercial, Skibbereen and Castleconnell. Centre of the course, the Skibbereen crew. Clearwater lead over Lee in second place, Commercial in third, and Castleconnell in fourth. So it's going to be another win here for Skibbereen. We have perfect conditions for sculling here in the last few races of our regatta program over 3 days. And it is going to be the Skibbereen crew still pushing all the way to the line. They're certainly not sitting back on the lead that they have opened up, and it's a Clearwater lead down to the last few strokes for Skibbereen from Lee and Commercial. The men's Junior 19 double scull champions of Ireland. It is going to be Skibbereen crossing the line. A fantastic win there for Skibbereen ahead of the crew from Lee, just coming in second ahead of Commercial, just over a length between them and Castleconnell in fourth. That completes the men's Junior 19 double scull. Well done to Skibbereen. Down now to the last 5 finals as we look at the crews from the men's senior 8 just coming in, congratulating each other. The crew from UCD, another win in the men's senior 8. The crew from Cork in second place, and the composite crew, Shandon and UCC. And the women's senior 8's just taking to the water as well, getting ready for the last race of the day in the women's senior 8 final. And nice to see the composite crew there from Shandon and UCC making their way over to congratulate Cork on a great race, and of course our winners of the men's senior 8 UCD. So the next race coming up is going to be the men's junior 18 double scull. These crews already raced earlier on in the heat, so we're going to head up now for the final of the men's junior 18 double.
Thank you, Brian. Yes, men's junior 18 double sculls final starting very shortly in about 2 minutes' time. And we're up at about 500 out, and we'll try and get up as far as we can to the start as they come down this 2,000 metre course. So we have a lineup as follows. We have New Ross Boat Club in lane 1 on the far station from the enclosure. In lane 2 we have Clonmel, and then in lane 3 we have Athlone A crew, lane 4 Skibbereen A crew, lane 5 St Michael's A crew, lane 6 St Michael's B crew. So that's the lineup. St Michael's with 2 crews on the near side of the enclosure, you'll see them, and Skibbereen to their further out, and then Athlone in the middle. Athlone, having won the singles and the quads, will they make the doubles theirs as well? Take home all the sculling titles, junior sculling titles, 18s. Wouldn't that be wonderful for them? So let's see what happens here. But I'm sure some of the other crews are going to try and put a stop to that. Now they're on the blocks, and the orange light is flashing, and they're getting the roll call as we await them. We're not right at the start. We're about 300 metres out, so we'll wait for them to pick them up. Junior 18 double scull. So they had their heats earlier on this afternoon, and now these are the time trials rather, and these are the 6 fastest crews that have made it through to the final. So they just started now, and all crews are away cleanly, all staying in their lanes, behaving, and not an easy thing to do. We all kind of take it for granted watching crews charging backwards down a course, and these guys are doing a really good job now. Everybody is moving straight line down. They're still a little bit off from where they are, and we'll watch them as they come up. But just to remind you, on the far station, New Ross in lane 1, Clonmel lane 2, Athlone A in lane 3, Skibbereen A in lane 4, St Michael's A in lane 5, St Michael's B in lane 6. So we go A, B and St Michael's, the rest of them, only one crew. We won't do the A bit for this from now. Anyway, coming up towards me, we can see now that straight away, out in front, but not by much, is the Athlone crew in the middle. As they come right up beside us now, we'll be able to give you an exact account of how it's going. But Athlone leading the way here in lane 3. So here we go, Athlone by about just under a length from Skibbereen. And then on the far side in lane 2, Clonmel. They're the 1, 2, 3. Athlone by a length now. They've just got about a little bit of clear water through the first 500. Athlone lead the way from Skibbereen, 2/3 of a length in Clonmel, over half a length then on the St Michael's A crew in lane 5, and then New Ross and St Michael's B a length behind again, beside each other. But Athlone now looking good here, stretching it out, and they've got clear water by about a half a length. This is good rowing from them. So this is looking promising for them. Rating 34.5, that's low enough. So they're well relaxed here now as they move down the course. And this is great rowing from them. Skibbereen probably nearly a length of clear water behind them. So there's a bit of a gap opening up between the first two crews. And Clonmel then and St Michael's then another length behind again in joint third. And the other two crews are beside each other again, New Ross and St Michael's B, another length behind. But I tell you what, Athlone have stretched it out. They're out to probably 2 lengths of clear water now. So this is looking very promising indeed for Athlone. This is good rowing by them indeed. And as I said earlier, they've already taken 2 titles here this weekend in the quads and singles. So we've gone through about 750 metres, and I see Donagh Clappy in there now, and he's a really good, he's got great talent, and he's absolutely on fire in this boat. He would have been in the Irish quad, junior quad world championships recently, and of course Martin O'Grady from Athlone as well as the double. So a very talented boat indeed. They probably have 2 to 2.5 lengths now at this stage on Skibbereen in second position. Skibbereen have a length down on Clonmel and St Michael's, who are very close to each other. Possibly Clonmel over on the far side in second position now. We're beginning to move up a bit in Skibbereen. Clonmel making a charge, but Athlone are out so far now. It's very difficult to see if these two crews, Skibbereen and Clonmel, if they can work off each other to try and haul them back in. But it's very difficult to see. Athlone are out to 3-4 lengths now at this point, and they're looking so relaxed, so easy, and it's very difficult to see them holding them back in as they move on down the course here now through about 1,300 metres. So watching them now move away, they're well spread out. You've got Athlone 4 lengths ahead of Skibbereen, who are about a half a length ahead of, maybe to a length now at this point from Clonmel, and St Michael's just about behind Clonmel. So they're the first 4, with the second St Michael's on the near side and 5th, and New Ross on the far side, and just behind them in 6th position. So watching them come closer down the course towards you, you can see Athlone there now coming down. Are they going to take this 3rd championship of the weekend? Wouldn't this be wonderful for them? As I mentioned earlier, their new boathouse now ready to move into it, and they're going to take all these trophies in. They need a trophy cabinet now to put in there as well after all this, so they need to start looking after sorting that one out. But let's win this first before they start putting that 3rd trophy in. It's Athlone, but they've got 4 lengths. They have to jump out of the boat before they lose this one, I think. So through 1,500 metres, Athlone leading by probably 4 lengths from Skibbereen and Clonmel, who are having a right good old fight for second position. And that's a fantastic fight going on. Have a look at that one behind. Who will take that now? That's a great race going on for second. But there's no doubt about it. As we go through about 1,600 metres, It's Athlone Boat Club, about 350 metres from home, about 4 lengths ahead, and absolutely cruising it. From Skibbereen, you probably have now nudged into second from Clonmel, and about a length ahead of them, and then St Michael's. I'll hand it over to you, Brian, to take it home.
So this men's junior 18 double just coming into view in the enclosure now, and again it is the Athlone crew. They've dominated in junior men's sculling, winning the quad and the scull, and now the double scull within grasp as they come down to the last 150 metres. They have a clear water lead, and it is very close then for second, third and fourth, with the crews from Clonmel and Skibbereen and St Michael's battling it out. But look at the leads that the guys here in the men's junior 18 double from Athlone have opened up, going through those difficult time trials this morning, not knowing how their performance is going against other competitors. But a fantastic race and a fantastic display of rowing. They're pushing all the way to the line here, these men's junior 18 double from Athlone. They just have a few strokes left, finish line in sight for them, and it's going to be yet another junior sculling championship heading the way of Athlone, just crossing the line to take the win in the men's junior double. Fantastic race there. And the Skibbereen crew now coming in looking to take second place. Silver medal for Skibbereen, just crossing the line ahead of the crew from Clonmel, and the two crews from St Michael's coming in to take fourth and fifth ahead of the crew from New Ross. Just to close out there, the men's junior 18 double, fantastic win there for Athlone, taking the triple and sculling events, the men's junior scull, the men's junior quad, and now the men's junior double as well. So congratulations and well done. Next up is going to be the final of the men's intermediate 4 between Commercial, Neptune, UL, Trinity and St Joseph's. 4 more races to close out 3 days of fantastic racing. Huge thank you to all the club captains, coaches and rowers for a fantastic couple of days of racing, especially with the bad weather in the days that we had on Friday. Great to see everyone accommodating and making the most of the revised schedule and pushing on. It was well worth getting out even in the rain, making use of Friday evening to run off the full schedule of racing. And it's probably a good opportunity to thank all the volunteers once again for their hard work in preparing the course, the regatta, the timing, all of our launch drivers, umpires, starters, the finish crew, and of course the all-important commentary team who are dosed up on Red Bull just to close out the last few races here. So we're going to get ready now for the men's intermediate 4 final, 4th last race of the day, and we'll head up to Spuddy up at the start and get an update on the men's intermediate 4.
Thank you, Brian. Yes, we now have the men's intermediate Cox 4s, and this is a 5-boat final. So we have the lineup as follows in lane 2 on the far side. Commercial Rowing Club from Dublin, lane 3 Neptune Rowing Club, their neighbours from Island Bridge in Dublin, in lane 3. Lane 4 University Olympic Rowing Club, will they win another championship, having such a mighty championships. Lane 5 Dublin University Boat Club, another doing very well, they've already won 3 championships. And in lane 6 St Joseph's College Galway, the Fish. So that's the lineup. In lane 6 St Joseph's will be on the near side over at the boathouse enclosure side. So the orange light is flashing away, so they're under starters orders, the roll call being given, and they're all ready to go as they crawl up the slide and wet the hand off the oar handle. Just taking a few deep breaths, and the heart is pounding. They haven't even taken a stroke, and some of them, their heartbeats will be up over 120 with the excitement of it all. The adrenaline will be pumping. So, such a horrible, fantastic sport, to say in one sentence, describe it. But we're away, all crews away cleanly now as they come down the course, and conditions are just perfect. That's all I can say. That's the word I will use to describe it out here. Now, a lot of shouting here because this is a Cox boat. The cock sitting, if you're watching online and just a little bit unsure of all these technical jargon stuff, the cox is sitting, he's first coming down the course behind the first guy rowing. You see his head sticking up in the bows. He's steering with the device, a handle to steer the tiller. So, anyway, coming up towards us now, we're going to give the call here, and just about showing in front, it's University of Limerick Rowing Club out there by about pushing nearly for a length already as they go through 350 metres. University of Limerick from Commercial Rowing Club on the far side and DUBC, and then another half a length back to Neptune Rowing Club and St. Joseph the Fish on the near side. But coming up to 500 metres gone, it's University of Limerick now out to a little bit of clear water already, and they're looking very strong indeed, I have to say, and they're rating 36 strokes per minute. Commercial just about over a length behind them, holding on to second, and they're still at 40, and Dublin University now about a campus behind them rating 39, so they're still quite high. Then you've got St. Joseph's, the Fish and Neptune then beside each other, just behind a length behind them again. So that's the lineup, that's the orders rather, as we go through 650 metres men's intermediate cox fours. This is a level of the senior grade, but of course with point systems you could have guys rowing senior as well. It's all to do with total number of points to get into the boat now since the change a few years back. So you can have all different grades as long as they don't pass a certain number of points, which is great. A good idea for small clubs to be able to put crews together. But there you go, University of Limerick Rowing Club now. If they win this one, I think it might be their 10th championship of the weekend. I don't know if anybody's won that many before in one. Maybe Skibbereen might have in one weekend, but they're out to Clearwater at this point from Commercial on the far station in lane 2, who have about another half a length on DUBC in the middle there, and then another length back to St. Joseph's and a length back to Neptune. So that's the order now. There's nearly, they're all spread out at this point, but there's no doubt about it. University of Limerick stretched out there now, rowing very comfortably indeed, stretching along at 36.5 strokes per minute, and they're probably loving this now, I have to say. I'd love to be in the middle of that now for a few strokes. It looks a lovely rhythm, lovely the way they're just sitting there and they're letting the boat do the work for them as they come back up the slide, letting it run under them. Nice rowing indeed. Commercial now into second position, but they're about a length and a half of Clearwater behind the University of Limerick crew. They have a half a length in DUBC and then a length back to St. Joseph's the Fish and a length back to Neptune Rowing Club. As we move down the tracks, there's as the composite crew women go up cheering on the University of Limerick guys as they go by. So that will urge them along even more. But they're just sitting on Commercial in second position now. They look like they have another gear, even 2 gears there if they need it. They've got about a half a length to 3/4 of a length of Clearwater on Commercial, who are desperately fighting, keeping the rate much higher to stay with them. 37.5 strokes. University of Limerick in the lead on probably they're probably rating the same, but it looks a lot more comfortable indeed. So a length and a half between University of Limerick and Commercial, and a half a length back to DUBC, and a length back then to the St. Joseph's crew, and a length and a half back to Neptune. That's the order. Men's intermediate cox 4 final as the coxes urge their crew down. It's always interesting listening to the coxes shouting and roaring when it comes to the cox boats. You kind of forget about the coxes, but they're such a vital part of this, all this operation. But anyway, coming along up to 1,500 metres as we follow it down, University of Limerick continue to lead. Hopefully you get a good vision of this online now as they pan out here. You can see they've got good clear water, probably a length, nearly 2 lengths at this point now on Commercial. DUBC attacking Commercial, trying to stay with them for that second position. But Commercial have it to themselves at the moment. And then a link back to St. Joseph's. But University of Limerick through about 1,650 as it comes closer and closer down towards the finish line into the enclosure. University of Limerick continue to lead with about 350 metres left, 2 lengths on Commercial and DUBC scrapping for second with St. Joseph's a half a length to a length behind them. Brian, I'll hand it over to you in the tower to take it home.
Fourth last race of the day, and it is the final of the men's intermediate 4. And how many times this weekend have we said it's UL leading? UL leading the men's intermediate 4 again. Fantastic race for them. They take the lead coming through the 500-metre mark, and they have just continued to open up dominant lead and open water in the men's intermediate 4. In lane 4, UL, centre of the course. They are in control here, still powering on and winding up towards the finish. So yet another championship on the line for the guys from UL. Very close then between the crews from St. Joseph's Trinity and Commercial for second, third and fourth, with Neptune back in 5th place. But it is going to be the UL crew striding it out. They're pushing on every single stroke. They are pushing on here in the men's intermediate 4, being urged on there by their cocks. Approaching the finish line, it is going to be UL Trinity just putting a push on now to move into second place. But our winners of the men's intermediate 4, it's going to be UL. Yet another win for the UL crew. What a fantastic championship regatta they've had. And Commercial and Trinity there just pushing each other for the line for second and third, ahead of the crew from St. Joseph's, and Neptune just closing out the men's intermediate 4. Well done and congratulations to the University of Limerick. Fantastic race there in the men's intermediate 4, as the victorious Athlone crew men's junior double are just going off the water and making their way up through the enclosure. Men's junior double champions, round of applause please to the guys from Athlone, doing the triple, junior single, junior quad, junior double. Well done, guys. So 3 races left. We have the final of the women's junior 18 quad, we have the women's junior 19 quad, and to close out the regatta program, our last race of the day will be the women's senior 8. So with 3 races left, we're going to head up for the third last race, which is the women's junior 18 quad, and we'll head up for the 6-boat final. The crews already raced in the heats earlier on, so we'll make our way up to Derry at the start for the women's junior 18 quad.
Thank you, Brian. Yeah, we're bombing it back up here. We're still about 500 metres off the start, but there's no action yet, so no doubt there's some tense coaches and supporters down there on the finish line. Orange light is flashing now. We're at the 500 metres from the start, and we just nudge up a little bit more to get as close as we can to this race. I think it's going to be a competitive one. Women's junior 18 quads. We the lineup as follows. In lane 1, Shandon, that's on the power station from the enclosure. In lane 2, Ban, winners of one of the heats earlier on this afternoon. These crews have all raced in heats. Carrick and Shannon in lane 3, they won a heat as well. And then Shannon Rowing Club Limerick in lane 4, they're the 3 heat winners in the middle. And then in lane 5, Galway Rowing Club, and lane 6, Lee on the far station to the enclosure. I have a feeling this might be tight. Let's see how it goes. Not to make anybody any more nervous now, but let's see. But the punters anyway, I always like to see a tight race, but we'll watch it as it develops, as it comes down. So we're just inching away up as far as we can up to the start. We're about 400 metres off the start. They haven't started yet. We'll let you know when they're on their way. So here's the roll call now. So here we go in about 15-20 seconds time. No doubt. You've got Ban, Carrick and Shannon. They'd be the 3 favourites in the middle. And one of these might win it, and it'll be a crazy day for their clubs if any of these take this title home. Anyway, they're away. All crews, don't forget, these are steered by one of the crew, by their shoe, which is always
tricky, but I don't see any white flag going up, putting somebody back in their lane, so that's a credit though. We see one now, we see one where it's been, it's okay, nothing crazy. Yeah, we're good. Everybody's away pretty straight as they come down towards us, and nobody's broken away too much. I suppose the crew on the far station, Shandon, if anything, are slightly up, but I can't be sure. You're going to have to give me another 20-30 seconds before I can give you an absolute certainty as to the positions here. So as they come towards me now, it's Ban who jumped out now. Ban Rowing Club in lane 2. They probably have about a half a length on the lead crew on the near side. So Ban on the far station in lane 2, about a half a length of the lead, and then Carrick and Shannon about a third of a length behind them in lane 4, and then another half a length back to Shandon and Galway Rowing Club, and nothing else then back to Shannon. So that's the way it is now. They spread out a reasonable bit in the first 500, but Ban have stolen a bit of a march here as we move up beside them and ride with their bows. Everybody's steering lovely and straight now, but Ban have stretched out now into the middle of the course stuff and looking very good indeed. They're out to a length on the crew on the near side, Lee crew. So through the 500, Ban go, then Lee a length behind them, and a half a length then behind them we have Shannon, and then another length back to the other two crews, Galway Rowing Club and Shandon and Shannon. So here we go now through 500. Watching Ban now, we're riding along beside them, and they're rating 35.5 strokes. They just about have a length, but Lee are pushing back now. There's a little bit of an overlap again. Lee on the near side rating 37, so a little bit higher than the Ban crew. And then it's 2/3 of a length then back to the crew in lane 4, which is Shannon. Sorry, Shannon now in 3rd position. I might have got that wrong earlier on. Apologies if I did. Shannon Rowing Club in 3rd position. So Ban lead as we follow them here. As we follow them here down the course, we're coming up to about 750 metres gone. Women's Junior 18 quads final. Ban lead the way here. Rowing very well indeed, I have to say. And I watched them in the heat, and I did pick them out as a dark horse along with the Carrick and the Shannon crews, but it's Lee who are in 2nd position on the near side now. Just a little bit over a length behind them. There's still a lot of time for them to come back and attack Ban, Lee on the near side. So they're looking reasonably okay, but it's a length then back to Shannon in lane 4. They're the 1, 2, 3, and then it's a little bit of clear water back to the other 3 at the moment. But so let's watch Ban. Will Ban take this title north this evening? In lane 2, they're out to a length of nearly a length of clear water now. Massive push went in there through the 1,000-metre mark. Obviously that was planned at the halfway point. Well stretched out here now as we watch them move down the course. Ban Rowing Club, great tradition, 38 strokes per minute, so there's a big push going on there at the moment to keep that lead, as Lee desperately tried to attack them on the near side. So they probably have about a half a length, 3/4 of a length of clear water on the lead. So they're the 1, 2, and then a length back to lane 4, Shannon. So that's the 1, 2, 3. Carrick have drifted back to about 2 lengths behind them again now, so they're not featuring now. It's Ban Rowing Club out in front, leading the way. From Lee, I wouldn't discount Lee yet. They're over on the near side to the enclosure in lane 6. So Ban lead the way from Lee. So let's take some rates again as Ban now stretch it out again. 37 strokes a minute. Lee on the near side. They're coming along at 35.5, so a little bit below the Ban crew. Ban are working very hard now. Will they be hunted down by Lee on the near side? Women's Junior 18 quads. Will Ban hold on to this lead? We're through about 1,300 metres here now. We're getting closer and closer down towards that finish line. Ban Rowing Club holding on to that lead at the moment. We've fallen back a good bit now at this point. The crews are stretched right out, and we have to be careful here. So my commentary now is not as precise as it was a minute or 2 ago, but looking ahead of me, and you're probably watching online the drone and you can see it clearer as well. But Ban continue to lead from Lee on the near side. Will Lee come after them? Will they attack them now as they approach the last 500? Ban continue to lead from Lee, from Shannon. 1, 2, 3, and then 2 lengths back to Carrick and Shannon. They're the 1, 2, 3, 4. Women's Junior 18 quads.
impressed by the standards of all crews, the steering, all that sort of stuff. This is great, well coached, and credit to all the coaches indeed for getting them to this standard, no matter where they finish this afternoon. Well done, take a bow, coaches, and everybody involved in this. So, Ban Rowing Club, as they come closer and closer with about 450 metres to go from Lee, and in fact Shannon now are pushing hard against Lee, but Ban are out there in front. Ryan, I'm going to hand it over to you now, and it's Ban leading from Shannon and Lee in 1, 2, 3.
Women's Junior 18 quad coming into view, and it is the crew from Ban. They won their heat earlier on and now are leading this final of the Women's Junior quad. Ahead of the crew from Shannon and Lee. UCD crew just getting presented with their Men's Senior A Championship of Ireland, and the UL Men's Intermediate 4 just coming in off the water. Congratulations to the boys, especially Tom McKeown. Back on the water we have the Women's Junior 18 quad, and it is Ban. Look at that fantastic display from the Ban crew. Huge support here for our winning crews, UCD and UL, as they come in. But it's Ban crew of the Women's Junior 18 quad out in lane 2. They have led from the start. The Shannon crew moving through Lee now in the last 100 metres. Shannon also winner of their heat. But dominating this race in the Women's Junior 18 quad, it is the crew from Ban, just coming off the last few strokes for the crew, approaching the finish, and it is going to be a Championship of Ireland heading the way of Ban Rowing Club. And the crew, the Women's Junior 18 quad, just across the line. A fantastic win there for Ban, ahead of the crew from Shannon coming in second place, and the crew from Lee just coming in there in third, or ahead of the crews from Shandon and Paris. Just closing out there, the Galway and the crew from Shandon coming out to close out the Women's Junior 18 quad. Fantastic race there from Ban to take the championship. So 2 races left on our program to close out the championships. Just a reminder for those that are collecting your prizes, it is the immediate crew and coaches only allowed due to the restrictions down in the enclosure, so we'd appreciate your full support there. There'll be plenty of time for photographs and celebrations once the crews come out of the enclosure. So 2 races left to close out our championship program here on day 3. The Women's Junior 19 quad and the Women's Senior 8. The Women's Junior quad, Junior 19 quad should be getting ready at the start now. 2 boat races between Commercial and Skibbereen. We're going to hand back up to Jerry at the start for the next race, the Women's Junior 19 quad.
Thank you, Brian. This is a two boat race. Again, being run as a Junior 19 event because of the pandemic and no championships last year. So we have Commercial Rowing Club from Dublin in lane 3 and Skibbereen Rowing Club from West Cork in lane 4. So 2 boat race. We're just up here halfway up, and we'll pick it up shortly as they come down towards us. And then, as you mentioned, Brian, we've got the Women's Senior 8s final to look forward to as the final race of the day and of the championships event. So, waiting for this race to come down. What a weekend of racing it has been. Some great races. I think one of the highlights for me commentating on was the men's senior quad. I really love that one. I know that's the one that sticks out in my mind that I commentated on. I suppose other notable wins were obviously the number of wins by University of Limerick and University College Cork. So they have been probably the 2 most successful clubs here this weekend. But they have been. So it's just been fantastic all around. And a good scatter of titles all around, clubs winning 1 and 2, and that's great to see.
You know, right across, every province has taken a championship or two home. From Coleraine there we saw Ban take, I presume they won that race, I didn't hear it officially. Across Galway, the Fish winning the 8th, the junior men's 8th there, taking it home for the first time in 9 years. UCD winning the men's senior 8s and some women's intermediate and club 8s. So great title, fantastic race on Friday. The men's into singles, I think it's the closest race ever. Colin Brennan winning that for Neptune, that was a fantastic race, I remember. And there are others. I'm just randomly talking here as we wait for this race to come down. You can look back at it as well, it's fantastic. We have the video footage there now, and you can look back at it on YouTube over the next few days. If you're desperate to do that. But anyway, it's just fantastic. So this race is underway now, and we follow it down, and then we get back up to hopefully get back onto the start, right at the start for the women's senior race, the final race of the day, and a mouth-watering race with 6 crews. So really looking forward to that. So anyway, on the course at the moment is the women's junior 19 quads, and at the moment, as they come towards the first 500 metres, it looks like Commercial Rowing Club in Dublin leading by about possibly nearly a length, 2/3 of a length from Skibbereen. So two boats. This is an easy one to commentate on as we watch them come towards me. Commercial on the far station to the enclosure. Coming along through the first 500. Commercial have about 2/3 of a length lead on Skibbereen. Knowing Skibbereen though, they won't let them get away, and they're holding on to them there. There's a good overlap, so good race so far as we go through 600 metres at the junior 19 quads. So, picking them up, Commercial lead by 1/3 of a length from Skibbereen. And they're just holding on to that now, 1/2 a length. They've moved out a little bit more as they stretch out now, rating 35. Skibbereen just beside them now, rating 36. So both crews, Commercial now have taken another seat. They're out to trying to get that length from Skibbereen. They are out to just under a length. There's still the overlap though, and that's the thing Skibbereen are desperately trying to hold on to, that overlap, so that they can see them beside them. Both crews in the lanes beside each other. So it's like racing down Henley or somewhere where, or on the Liffey or on the Corriver, 2 boats right beside each other, having a go off each other. So just watching them here on the bows, we're riding along beside them now. Commercial now. Skibbereen have pushed back a little bit. Somebody shouting, and probably the Skibbereen boat. I'd say there was a command there. It came from one of them. They came back to within a canvas, but now Commercial have taken it back again a couple of seats. So it's a little bit of ding dong going on there, and this is a good race. They're stuck to each other. Nobody's going anywhere here. So as we follow them along, we're through 1,000 metres. We're halfway down now, and we follow this to the 1,500 Brian. So we're right beside them here now, and Commercial lead by canvas. Skibbereen pushing now into 1,200 metres. Is this Skibbereen's big push? Will Commercial hold them off? Commercial are absolutely dead level now with Skibbereen. So here we go, nice race. I'd love to get it. They're absolutely dead level. You wouldn't believe it. I'd love to get a photograph of that. So who wants this? Who will win this? Who's the fittest crew? Who's got the better technique? Who's got the everything that it takes to win a race when you're looking for a championship win and you're absolutely dead level with 1,300 metres gone? Skibbereen have moved into a slight lead now. Commercial need to watch it. Let them go slip into about 3 feet of a lead. Is this Skibbereen's killing? Instinctively trying to just do what they do so well over the years. As we move up alongside them now, we're gone about 1,300 metres, and we're right beside them now. Skibbereen have taken about 1/3 of a length. They're out in front now. It's gone. This is the first time they've led this race. As we approach 1,350 metres, Skibbereen out to 1/2 a length. Commercial need to dig in deep here now. They need to be brave. They need to be strong, Commercial. They have to show a response here now. Are they going to get away from them? What will happen? The next minute is crucial for Commercial to try and stay with them. And they're not letting them go on that 1/2 a length now. If they can just hold that and then push on again. We watched them through the 1,500. But it's Skibbereen by nearly 2/3 of a length now. Skibbereen
Skibbereen are just driving the legs down a little bit faster. Are they the stronger, the fitter crew? Let's see how we go. Through 1,500 metres. Skibbereen leading the way here. Through 1,500 metres, rating 38. Commercial nearly a length behind now at 41. Commercial, who are absolutely on the 37.5. Apologies, that was wrong. So they're both similar. We watch it for 5 or 6 more strokes. It's out to a length now. This Skibbereen have just potted in. They have killed them there in the last minute. So Brian is Skibbereen by a length from Commercial, Junior 19 quads final. Over to you in the tower.
Second last race of the day, the men's Junior 19 quads. These Junior 19s not getting to race last year, so we have these once-off events at the championships for 2021. And our second last race of the day, it is between Commercial and Skibbereen. They were very close coming up to the 1,000 metre mark, and the Skibbereen crews have just put on a big push to move out to more than a length lead over the crew from Commercial. Second last race of the day before the women's senior 8, which are just getting on the staples. So another championship in prospect here for the group for Skibbereen. Celebrations in the background for the UCD men's senior 8. As we watch Skibbereen here.
Could we ask the UCD 8 to move the boat off the slip, please?
So just an announcement there, the UCD 8, you're going to get clamped if you don't move that 8 off the slip. But back on the water, it is the Skibbereen crew, the women's Junior 19 quad. They have opened up a clear water lead here, and they were powering away, keep pushing for the line, as with all of our finals here today. And it is the Skibbereen crew leading from Commercial. Commercial really gave them a race up to about the 1,200 mark, and the Skibbereen crew just changed gear in the women's Junior 19 quad. Finish line in sight for the guys here. Last few strokes for Skibbereen. It's going to be another championship for them, heading the way of County Cork. Let's hope that's the only win that Cork has today. Sorry, I'm from Limerick. And the Commercial crew just coming in there in second place. These want to pick up everything. So that was a fantastic win there for Skibbereen in the women's Junior 19 quad. Well done. Last race of the day, and last day of a fantastic 3 days of racing at the championship. It's going to be the women's senior 8 6-boat race between UCC, Shandon, NUIG Galway Composite, UL Ban Composite, Trinity and UCD. And once again, just a reminder, the presentations are just for the winning crews and coaches. Just please, if you can support us with the restrictions that we have to enforce with regard to those who can be left into the enclosure. The women's crew from Ban, our champions from Ban, just coming in to the enclosure. Their boat is on the slip. They're coming out to say hello and get lots of congratulations from their families and friends. Great win for Ban, a very dominant display in the women's squad, Junior 18 quad. And we're going to head back up now for last race of the day, the women's senior 8 6-boat final up at the start.
Thank you, Brian, and it's a bit sad really that it's the last race of a fantastic weekend rowing. But however, it's a mouth-watering race to finish off on the women's senior 8 final. We've got a 6-boat race here, and the lineup is as follows: University College Cork in lane 1 on the far side, Shandon in lane 2. Beside them, then in the middle, it's NUIG Galway Rowing Club Composite. Beside them, University of Limerick Rowing Club Ban Composite. So all sorts of composites coming together here. And then in lane 5, Dublin University Ladies Boat Club. And in lane 6 on the near side, University College Dublin Ladies Boat Club. So orange light is flashing, and the crews are getting the roll call. Women's Senior 8 final, Championship of Ireland, about to start very, very soon. So let's give them a big welcome when they come down there later on for the last race. And in addition to cheering on the women's 8s, make the cheer louder and bigger still for all the helpers out there and all the organisers who voluntarily gave up their time this weekend. So we'll make a massive roar for that last 250 metres, make it for everything, including the senior 8s obviously. And we'll finish up, we'll round off a fantastic weekend. So as we nudge up towards them, we're about 200 metres off the start. Here we go, the roll call is on. We're about to start here. So who will take this one home? Will it stay in Cork? Will it go to Galway? Will it go to
Limerick and Van Composite, Dublin University Ladies Boat Club, or UCD. Let's see what happens. And they're all away cleanly now. And looking at them coming towards me, I'm looking at the UCC now on the far side, and they've gone off 44. Beside them, we have Shandon beside them, and they're rating quite high too at 44 as well. Then beside them is the UIG Galway, University of Lindisfarne. They're all up over the 40s, 42 and a half and getting there, and UIG Galway. Dublin University Boat Club, and then UCD on the near side. There's nothing in it here, very little in it. If anything, NUIG Galway Composite are out to about a third of a length, and then the UCC crew on the far side are up with them now. They settled down. That's full of internationals. Afrik Kyo, the bronze medalist, stroking it from Tokyo. So Afrik is driving them down this course, and Margaret Fremen, of course, the lightweight double, finished 8th and 7th. Aoife Casey and Batten beside her. So 7 and 6 is the lightweight double. And using one oar here, the sweep oar instead of the double. And then Bemby Hegarty, the bronze medalist, behind her, and Lydia Heaphy. So this is just Tara O'Halloran. This UCC boat is just full of the internationals. But I tell you what, UCG Galway have a canvas on them in second position. So they're leading now in lane 3. University College Galway Rowing Club. Through the first 500, UCG Galway Composite lead by a third of a length from the UCC crew in the black boat on the far side in lane 1. And then it's about a half a length back to UCD on the near side in the yellow Empacker. And very little in it between them then and the Van Composite. And then another half a length back to Shandon. So that's it as we ride with them now. But UCC now desperately trying to just stay with the UCG Galway Composite, who still continue to lead. There's one girl in the boat from Galway Rowing Club in the 4th seat, and the rest are all NUIG. And they're doing a fantastic job here in lane 3. As they move to 700 metres, the composite crew from Galway leading here from the UCC crew in lane 1 on the far side. So moving through 750 metres of the women's senior age. I'm just trying to get a couple of rates, but it won't give it to me here, so apologies about that. We'll continue watching. NUIG Galway now, out front, but nothing in it hardly now as UCC attack them. UCC, here we go with lane 1 on the far side, in the black boat, in the black Felipe, looking very smooth indeed, dead level with NUIG Galway now. So look at this, dead level, UCC on the far station in lane 1 on the black boat, and NUIG Galway Composite dead level. These two crews out to a length now from the Van, NUIG Composite, and then another half a length back to UCD, and a length back to GULBC and Shandon in lane 2. So that's it now, but we're going to concentrate on these two now. NUIG Galway have pushed on again. They've got that probably canvas on the UCC Composite. They've rattled them, that's for sure. They're out there just throwing everything at them now, and they've just unsettled them. And they have to keep absolutely attacking with them. Some of these girls used to holding 2 oars, sculling rather than sweep rowing, so a little bit different. You know, you got to think about all this when you're charging down here. But anyway, it's NUIG Galway and UCC, dead level. We're following them here now as they move out to a little bit of clear water from the crew in lane 4. That's the NUIG Galway Composite of a half a length on UCD, and then a length back to GULBC and Shandon. So that's it. We're watching UCC now and NUIG Galway, absolutely dead level. So we get a bit of a rate here now on the UCD crew. So they're at 37, NUIG Composite. What are they at? They're at 38, so not much of it there. There's still another kick on from both these crews. We're in the middle part of the course. They'll be thinking about the drive for the line very soon as we approach 1,350 metres. NUIG Composite in lane 3 in the middle of the white boat. You can see it clearly now from the finish. Women's Senior A Championship of Ireland final. NUIG Composite boat just falling back a little bit now. Just all of a sudden the UCD crew have just pushed down a little bit and they're out to about a third of a length. All of a sudden they jumped. They just jumped. Can NUIG Galway hold on to them? Whoa, I tell you what, UCC now are just moving an inch or two every stroke. You can just see it all of a sudden. They've broken away. Watching this race now as it unfolds towards the 1,500 metre mark. UCC out to half a length now from NUIG. That's it now, but they haven't taken any more. There's still time for the
for the composite crew and the white boat to attack again. There's still 500 metres left for them to go at them. Who will take this Women's Senior A title? It's UCC now, a half a length from the Galway composite crew, and they're well out of the rest of the field. We're concentrating this now with about 400 metres to go, the Women's Senior A Championship. UCC raining along there now, starting to raise the stroke for the line. Their legs will be burning, they're thinking about it, they've got to go another 35-40 strokes here. They're out to 2/3 of a length. They're trying to kill off the composite crew, and they're doing a really good job here. All of a sudden, look at this. How those miles are showing. We're out to nearly a length all of a sudden. They're showing their style in the last 300 metres. Brian, I'm going to hand it over to you to take it home. It's for the UCC from the NUIG Galway composite in the women's Senior A final.
Last race of the day to close out 3 fantastic days of racing, and it's the Women's Senior A final coming down to the last 150 metres. It's the UCC crew on the far side in the distinctive black boat, centre of the course. The composite crew of NUIG and Galway, they're the 1 and 2. NUIG and Galway now storming finish here, taking the rate right up, and they are putting the pressure on the crew from UCC. It's a 1 and 2. It's between these two crews. In the Women's Senior A, very little can NUIG and Galway. They're whining and pushing. What have got UCC left in the tank in the last few strokes approaching the finish? Just about maybe half a length between the two crews. UCC on the far side, just holding on to the lead that they have opened up. The composite crew of NUIG pushing them all the way to the line. It is going to be a championship win for UCC. UCC from the composite crew of NUIG Galway, and the composite crew UL Band coming in third, ahead of the crew from UCD. And Shandon and the crew from Trinity just closing out there. A fantastic way to close out 3 days of racing. Well done to the crew for UCC, winning the Women's Senior 8 race. So that's a wrap for our Championship Regatta of 2021. Well done to everyone for dealing with the difficult conditions on Friday, adapting well and putting all the racing behind us. It was great to get on, and a fantastic sunny day of racing yesterday always makes the regatta that bit easier, and a fantastic series of races this morning and afternoon to close out the programme. It's an ideal time to say congratulations to all the competitors who took part, especially those who have won the elusive pots. And to everyone else, we're looking forward to welcoming you back to hopefully what will be a full season ahead of us for 2022. Some regattas ahead of the rivers coming up soon. St. Michael's Masters and Shandon Masters will take us into September racing. So looking forward to seeing the Masters crews back on the water and competing. And we'll say a huge thank you again to all the volunteers who have taken time off this weekend to run a very successful 3 days of regatta. Everyone from the crews in Rowing Ireland. Excellent social media coverage all weekend, and the new streaming service, which was great for the competitors or supporters at home to be able to tune in and see what exactly is going on with the racing. To our volunteer team led by Michelle Burke McDonough, really well done. All of the team, the course kept spotlessly clean all weekend, the enclosure, and lots of cooperation with all of the clubs, captains and crews as well. And to our launch drivers, starters, finishers, the timing team and the commentary team as well. Well done for all the hard work there. And Hannah and Peter from Limerick Boat Club, ably manning the awards tent over there and making all the pots available, and the photo ops as well. So huge thank you to everyone. Very successful regatta. Let's hope that we can get back on track for a normal season ahead. For the 2 Masters regattas coming up, and of course the Head of the River season kicking off then in October. So safe home everyone, and congratulations to everyone who has taken part this weekend. We look forward to welcoming you all back very soon. Bon Blair.
you. Thanks for watching. Hope you've seen everything. And I invite everyone to a website, eventsireland.live. There will be events in Ireland broadcasted. Thank you. That's a wrap. Thank you.